I'm cultivating immortality with the science of mortals. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 751 Heading West. Fellow Daoist Luo, you destroyed it with this palm. How can you attract help? Now there is not even a Yuan cultivator left. Those monks may have abandoned these outer branch temples. Ming shook his head, feeling very uninterested. It's not that these bull donkeys don't defend, but they didn't expect Luo to be so bold to go deep into the enemy's territory. In addition, Luo is not afraid that the snake he let out will not be able to keep up. The Pure Land sect's headquarters is just to the west. We will just press all the way and wait for them to intercept. Luo Hong wanted to put pressure on the Pure Land sect openly, trying to make them make mistakes in a hurry and reveal their flaws. After all, it is not so safe to just search the soul of a high-level person. A top sect has been planning a grand plan for hundreds of years, so it can't be that it can't even deal with a late Yuan cultivator, right? When he kills all the Yuan elders who intercepted him and shows an attitude of going all the way to the door, the great elder of the Pure Land sect must be completely unable to sit still. Let's go. Keep heading west. As soon as the words fell, Luo Hong and Ming turned into two beams of light and rushed away. After an incense stick of time, more than 20 points of light appeared in the sky. They were Biyun and others who came from the nearby teleportation array. Although Luo Hong did not use the Black Wind flag to seal the teleportation array of the Liujin City branch temple, Biyun did not dare to teleport directly to the temple. He dared to intercept and kill Luo Hong, who was in the late Yuan period, with his cultivation level of the middle stage of the nascent soul, all thanks to the support of the formation diagram in his hand. The branch temple was under the protection of the large formation, and the formation diagram could not be used. If they teleported directly to the Liujin City branch temple, it would be tantamount to sending themselves to death. Luo thief. I will never forgive you. Seeing that the Buddhist temple he was in charge of had become a ruin and the spiritual objects in the treasure house had been looted, the big-eyed Buddhist cultivator was furious and cursed crazily. This thief Luo is really cunning. He unexpectedly attacked us by surprise. Brother Biyun, in your opinion, where will Luo go next? Whether it was because of the grief of the rabbit's death or the fear that their own Buddhist temple would also be attacked, the enthusiasm of the Yuan elders of the Pure Land sect summoned by Biyun could not help but increase a lot. This man is cunning. It is difficult for me to predict his whereabouts. I have to search for him. But if I have to speculate, Luo did not see the Yuan elders stationed in Liujin City this time. I guess he must have guessed that we are going to surround and kill him. If it were you would definitely avoid him first, or directly withdraw from Zilingzhou, or hide and wait for us to relax before taking ruthless action. Seeing the change in everyone's attitude, Biyun couldn't help but feel a little satisfied and speculated in a gentle tone. However, before these Yuan elders could make any suggestions, a familiar escape light chased them from the direction they came from. Uncle Master, Sujin City is in urgent need of help. What? The bandit Luo dared to go deep into the Pure Land sect. He really took advantage of the fact that there is no one in the Pure Land sect. No. My Buddhist temple. Brother Biyun. Without waiting for the Yuan elder to finish his words, Biyun waved his arm with narrowed eyes and summoned a golden map in front of him. Brother Hakeson, it is definitely too late to rescue Sujin City now. If you want to avenge this, come with us to Yujin City immediately. Brother Biyun, why do you say that? Have you found the pattern of the bandit Luo's actions? Biyun nodded slightly, but there was no joy on his face. He just pointed at the golden map and said, brothers, look, this is Liujin City, Liujin City and Sujin City, and this is the holy mountain of our sect. As Biyun explained, 4 bright spots lit up on the golden map, which were clearly arranged in a straight line. Seeing this scene, everyone understood and was shocked and speechless. Luo the thief actually wants to attack the Pure Land sect all the way. My fellow disciples, you should know the current situation without me saying much. If we let Luo the thief succeed, we will certainly not escape punishment. The teleportation array in Liujin City has not been destroyed, so go and prepare it quickly. Bu ordered with a very solemn face. What confidence does this person have to do such a horrifying thing? Or is this person just a frog in the well? Or is he bluffing? At this time, Bu found that he could not understand Luo the thief at all. In his cognition, Luo the thief was seeking his own death by doing this, but he felt uneasy in his heart. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly pinched out a sound transmission talisman with 2 fingers, and after a few silent words, he threw it to the giant and disciple, who was reporting the news. If we don't return tonight, send it to the holy mountain. Disciple, obey the order. The giant and Buddhist cultivator took it with a look of astonishment, wondering what it meant, to not return tonight. Then, Bu said no more, and flew to the teleportation hall below. After a few breaths, 2 figures suddenly appeared in the empty air. Living Buddha, it seems that the benefactor Luo must have a deep hatred for the Pure Land sect. Could it be that he came to me last time to entrust his orphan to me? Knowing that Luo Hong was going to attack the Pure Land sect alone, Yanjing couldn't help but feel nervous. He didn't think Luo Hong had any chance of winning. He just felt that the other party was going to die. I didn't expect this benefactor Luo to be able to do this. But I'm far inferior to him. The little monk sighed, as if he had expected it. Could it be that the living Buddha knew that this would be the result, so he let the benefactor Luo kill people and make the blood flow like a river? Yanjing looked at the little monk in disbelief, and his Buddhist heart was shaken for a moment. This Pure Land sect should have been destroyed long ago. The little monk did not hide it at all, and said with a sharp look. After saying that, he saw that Yanjing's breath was disordered, and there seemed to be a sign of the collapse of his Buddha's heart, so he stretched out a finger and pointed at his forehead, picked out a light spot, and threw it on Yanjing's head. As soon as the light spot touched Yanjing's forehead, it sank into it. Yanjing's eyes immediately became blurred, as if he was trapped in some kind of illusion. After a moment, Yanjing's eyes suddenly cleared, but his cheeks flushed red with anger. Living Buddha, this matter should not be done by Master Luo. This is the responsibility of our Buddhist sect. Alas, if the world's affairs were as easy as my nephew said, we must put the sect first after all. The little monk shook his head helplessly. Even though he had a great cultivation, he could not take action due to the current world, and could only pretend not to see it. Master Luo is indeed a Buddhist disciple. Yanjing is ashamed and wishes he could take his place. As a fellow Buddhist cultivator of the Lian sect, Yanjing could naturally understand the little monk's helplessness. The sect had trained them, so they had to make the continuation of the sect their top priority. How could they just do whatever they wanted? Therefore, they could only give him some spiritual support at the moment. No matter what the outcome is, I will do my best to save his life and follow him in secret. The little monk's eyes condensed, and he made up his mind. By the way, nephew, don't force Master Luo to become a monk in the future. Why? Yanjing was puzzled. Shouldn't a Buddhist disciple enter Buddhism? You and I are both attached to appearances. Since the Buddha is already in our hearts, why should we force him to do so? After that, the little monk set up the escape light and fled westward with Yanjing. While flying, Luo Hong suddenly turned around and exclaimed, "What? Did you sense an ambush?" In the self-sealed state, the range covered by Yingming's consciousness was far less than Luo Hong. No, I have had a vague feeling of being spied on since the day before yesterday, but that feeling suddenly disappeared just now. Luo Hong frowned slightly, feeling a little unhappy. It was like he had been fishing for several days, but the fish ran away without him noticing. Chapter 752, 24 Heavenly Dragon Formation. Oh. There are people in this world who are spying on Daoist Luo while hiding their whereabouts. This yellow bird is really big, so are you going to catch this cicada? Yingming said with great interest. According to her judgment, the other party must be at least a divine transformation cultivator. Although divine transformation cultivators are powerful, the human world now does not allow them to fully display their magical powers, so there is no need to be too afraid of them. Besides, the other party has been spying in secret, but has not shown up to stop Luo. It is not certain whether this is an enemy or a friend. Strength is Luo Hong's greatest confidence, and Dying Ming's existence makes him dare to face the divine transformation. It is not surprising that he has caused such a big commotion in the territory of Buddhism, and it has attracted the attention of the divine transformation of Buddhism. Luo Hong was not surprised at all, and even kept digging a bit. After all, if he and Dying Ming joined forces, the divine transformation of Buddhism would most likely be defeated. What a pity. If there was a relic of a Buddhist cultivator who had reached the state of transformation, Xiaojin's progress in this round of Nirvana would have been greatly improved. Thinking of this, Luo Hong flew westward for another 1,000 miles without realizing it. Suddenly, his consciousness sensed the existence of dense spatial fluctuations in the distance, and then the aura of more than 20 Yuan cultivators suddenly appeared. It's finally here. Let me see what tricks you are playing. 3,000 miles away, Bun and others who had just flown out of the teleportation array had no idea that their every move had fallen into the eyes of the people they were ambushing. Following Bun's orders, a group of Yuan Buddhist cultivators quickly fled to the sky above Yujin City, waiting for something with a solemn look. Bun opened his right palm, and a roll of animal skin with an ancient aura appeared. Then his lips kept turning, and a continuous secret spell came out of his mouth. However, within a few breaths, 9 Buddhist runes lit up in the animal skin roll, and the spiritual energy it exuded became stronger and stronger. At this time, Bun threw the animal skin roll into the air with difficulty, as if he was holding up a 100-foot mountain, and then pushed his left palm and shot a column of magic light at it. Seeing this, the other Yuan elders also pushed their palms out, and at once 24 columns of magic light simultaneously sank into a small animal skin roll. As everyone's magic power poured in, the animal skin roll grew against the wind, and soon expanded to a huge size of more than 100 feet. Suddenly, as if it had reached a critical point, there was a dragon roar, and the animal skin roll suddenly spread out. Suddenly, countless golden spiritual lights fell from the animal skin that covered the sky, quickly outlining countless Buddhist runes, and an illusory formation gradually became real. My fellow disciples, if you don't enter the formation now, when will you? Bun gave an order, and everyone immediately and skillfully escaped into the eyes of each formation. The formation diagram on this animal skin scroll is the 24 heavenly dragon formation handed down from ancient times by the Pure Land sect. It is famous for joint attack and resistance. These elders have practiced it after advancing to the nascent soul stage, so they are very good at setting up the formation. However, in a moment, the animal skin and Bun, and others in the sky, disappeared without a trace under the power of the formation. Now they just wait for Luo Hong to dive into the formation. As if they have realized the painstaking efforts of Bun and others to escape, lights appeared in the sky less than an hour after the formation was set up. The branch temples of 3 major cities were destroyed in succession, and the information obtained by Bun and others became more and more detailed. They immediately realized that it was Luo Zhen and the female foundation building cultivator beside him who came. Suddenly, all the nascent soul elders held their breath, and tried their best to restrain their breath, for fear that Luo Zhen would notice something wrong. Is this the combined attack formation handed down from ancient times? Unfortunately, times have changed. If the 24 mid-nascent soul cultivators were in charge of this formation, I would not dare to respond to their attacks. But now, haha. With a thought, Luo Hong flew to the sky above the temple without slowing down. He glanced at Bun, who had the highest cultivation level. The moment their eyes met, Bun's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and a chill ran from his tailbone to his head. Although he felt that it was not good, the arrow had been drawn, and his fellow apprentices were already activating the formation, so he had no choice but to cooperate. In an instant, a golden light flashed past, and a 3-legged alchemy furnace hundreds of feet high appeared, and Luo Hong was in the furnace at this time. Luo the thief, you destroyed my temple, and killed my disciples. Today is the day you die. Set up the formation. Lead the dragon. After a few loud shouts, the Yuan elders immediately urged their magic power. 4 huge golden dragon heads poked out from the furnace wall, slowly swam to the fire mouth at the top cover, and opened their mouths to spit. At the same time, Luo Hong, who was in the center of the formation, was instantly imposed with more than 20 restrictions, prohibiting the gods, prohibiting the law, sealing the 5 senses, and disrupting the chakra. If an ordinary Yuan-Ying late-stage cultivator was here, these restrictions alone would reduce his strength by several times. Because of the different types, even if there are corresponding methods to break them, they cannot be cleared in a short time. However, although these restrictions are powerful, with Luo Hong's pure magic power, at least half of them cannot be effective, and the rest can be removed with just a little effort. And this is what he did before his epiphany. Although there were 24 Buddhist restrictions on him, Luo Hong didn't even frown. He didn't use any magical powers, but just stretched out his hand and grabbed a handful of it in front of his chest. A layer of colorful light film with Buddhist runes flowing was pulled out. He didn't use any strength, but just tore it lightly, and the light film suddenly broke, and all the restrictions on him disappeared. Although Luo Hong only mastered a little bit of the law of force, it was enough for him to do some mysterious things, like grabbing invisible and formless things. On the other side, Yuan was activating the formation, while keeping an eye on Luo Hong. Seeing him break the 24 Buddhist restrictions so unbelievably, his eyelids jumped, and the feeling of uneasiness in his heart became even stronger. The next moment, red flames lit up in the 4 golden dragon heads at the same time, and then 4 extremely thick pillars of fire gushed out. In the blink of an eye, the 3-legged cauldron turned into a fiery hell. The red flames rolled like a dragon, whistling and swallowing Luo Hong. Don't relax, fellow disciples. Luo has amazing magical powers. He is not so easy to deal with. Keep sending out mana, and refine him in one breath. Yuan knew that there was no way out at this time, and shouted to remind everyone who had relaxed their expressions. Yes, brother. The Yuan-Ying elders of the Pure Land sect responded at the same time, and then their minds moved, and more mana poured out from their danshan. As the red flames from the 4 golden dragon heads continued to spew out, the color of the spiritual flames in the belly of the 3-legged cauldron gradually began to change, first from red to orange, and then from orange to yellow. At this point, the burning breath was no longer completely restrained by the 3-legged cauldron. The residual heat alone made many Yuan-Ying elders feel dry in the mouth, but Luo Hong's breath never changed at all. Even the breath of the foundation building female cultivator next to him was still there. Chapter 753 True Flame shows its power. After about an incense stick, even the nascent soul cultivators felt exhausted by the crazy output of mana, and sweat appeared on their foreheads. More importantly, Luo Hong's aura was like a reef on the coast, always standing still, which made everyone's mind float. The 3rd level Cheyenne Lang True Flame is indeed enough to deal with ordinary late stage nascent soul cultivators, but it is still a little short of Luo's. However, this is also one of the purest firepower in the human world, and it can also nourish Luo's spiritual flame. Luo Hong's calm voice suddenly came from the yellow spiritual flame. As soon as the voice fell, before the Pure Land sect elders could react, they saw the yellow spiritual flame in the furnace stirring violently, quickly forming a vortex, and converging towards the center. At this time, in the center of the Cheyenne Lang True Flame, Luo Hong was surrounded by a layer of black flame spirit cover, protecting himself and dying in it, without feeling the heat at all. To be honest, these 24 heavenly dragon formations do have some tricks, but the cultivation of these Pure Land sect bold donkeys is not good enough, so they can only go to the 3rd turn. If it is upgraded to another turn, Luo Hong would not dare to be so arrogant and let it refine. At the 5th turn, even the cultivators in the early stage of transformation would not dare to stay in it for a long time. This heavenly dragon true flame, which is condensed by the power of everyone, has average power itself, but with the help of the magic of the formation, it can increase its power many times. According to the data Luo Hong has detected, the power of the law of this spiritual flame will manifest after the 3rd turn, but it is also extremely difficult to reach the 4th turn. The power of the law of the heavenly dragon true flame before the 3rd turn has not manifested, so it is naturally no match for the black crow true flame. When the two meet, it will definitely be the black crow swallowing the heavenly dragon. No. He's going to drain our mana. Brother Yuan, quickly close the formation, or we'll all collapse and die. Hurry. I can't hold on any longer. In the formation, only Yuan, who controls the formation diagram, can choose to close the formation. If he refuses, everyone's mana will be drained until they become dried up. No. If we remove the formation, we'll have no choice but to die. Although Luo's spiritual flame is powerful, we still have a chance to win. All elders, listen to my command. Unsheath your mana. Bian knew that removing the formation was tantamount to suicide. These elders of the branch temples simply saw that things were impossible and wanted to escape in the chaos, but he was carrying a heavy burden and wanted to make a final effort. After saying that, Bian threw the human bone Buddhist beads in his hand over his head, making it circle to protect his body. Then he put his hands together, murmured twice, and his head sank. Then, a red mana fled out of his danchan holding a relic. Seeing this, the other Yuanying elders had no choice but to fight desperately with Bian. Suddenly, 24 Yuanying with different spiritual lights appeared around the three-legged alchemy furnace. They pinched out a spell at the same time, and their figures quickly disappeared in the spiritual light of the formation. Then, the changes of the Cheyenne Long True Flame in the furnace followed. The Cheyenne Long True Flame, which was originally devoured by the Black Crow True Flame, suddenly became intelligent at this moment, and began to condense away from the center. For a moment, the previous True Flame vortex collapsed, revealing Luo Hong and the other person wrapped in black and red spiritual flames. The double increase of spiritual consciousness and willpower. Will you die if you don't succeed? Humph, this move is not bad. From the beginning of the water now, Luo Hong showed a solemn look for the first time. The magical powers of the 24 Yuanying Buddhist cultivators were gathered together. Even if it was not a 1+1 superposition, it was still a force worthy of attention. After a while, all the Cheyenne Long True Flames condensed into a yellow dragon with a length of dozens of feet. As soon as it appeared, it swallowed several mouthfuls of the fire column pouring down from its head, making its body grow another 2 feet, and then it roared wildly at Luo Hong. Amid the dragon's roar, Luo Hong had secretly used his innate 5-element body, transforming his pure water-based magic power, which was even better than that of a mid-stage spirit transformation cultivator, into fire-based magic power. Then, with a thought, he poured it into the Black Crow's true flames. Suddenly, the spiritual flames on the black and red flame shield around him surged by dozens of feet. With a boom, these spiritual flames suddenly gathered in the middle and turned into a 3-legged black crow with a green lotus on its forehead. Go, swallow it. Luo Hong swung his right arm violently, pointing his sword at the yellow fire dragon. At the command, the 3-legged black crow immediately cried and then flapped its wings and rushed towards the yellow fire dragon with a wave of fire. The yellow fire dragon was not to be outdone, and with its head lowered, it attacked wildly. In an instant, a crow and a dragon met halfway. Under the conflict of the two forces, a dazzling white spiritual light burst out, and the huge roar was dense like rain. Due to the effect of the will, the Buddhist sound in the furnace was deafening for a while, but if you want to use this to convert the 3-legged black crow, it would be too naive. After the initial collision, the 3-legged black crow and the yellow dragon entangled together, and it was obvious that the black crow's true flame was better. After just a few rounds, the yellow dragon was covered with black crow's true flame, and it was spreading all over its body with an unstoppable momentum. After a few breaths, when the yellow dragon was covered with black crow's true flame, its breath was obviously weakened. The 3-legged black crow seized the opportunity, and with a flip, it grabbed its body with its claws like an eagle grabbing a snake. Then, the 3-legged black crow pecked its head like lightning, pecking a big hole in the back of the yellow dragon, and the surrounding black crow's true flames immediately drilled in frantically. There was a barely audible scream, and 2 of the 24 Pure Land sect elders surrounding the furnace actually had black and red spiritual flames coming out of their bodies, and they burned to ashes with a bang. Stimulated by this, the yellow dragon burst out with new strength and struggled violently under the claws of the 3-legged black crow. However, as the 2 branch temple elder souls were destroyed, the power of the formation decreased a bit, but the 3-legged black crow's breath increased a little because it swallowed a large mouthful. With one gain and the other loss, the yellow dragon had no chance of escaping. Luo Hong looked at the 3-legged black crow that kept pecking and devouring the yellow dragon in front of him, and there was no surprise on his face. After all, no matter how much power the yellow dragon gathered, as long as it did not cross the threshold of the 4th level of power qualitative change, Whether he amplified his spiritual consciousness or his willpower, it was all about quantitative change. And because the Black Crow's true flame broke through the 4th level of power qualitative change, Luo Hong only needed to add a little more powerful material to the first 3 levels, and its power would have a huge leap. After 6 consecutive pecks, the yellow dragon was broken into 3 pieces and swallowed by the 3-legged Black Crow. In this way, except for Biyuan, who was deliberately left behind by Luo Hong, the bodies of the other Pure Land sect elders were buried in the spiritual flames. Chapter 754, Fellow Daoist Feng. I have to say that your decisiveness has saved me a lot of trouble, Luo Hong said in a good mood, looking at the Biyuan Yuanying that had just been spit out by the 3-legged Black Crow. After all, if these Pure Land sect elders wanted to escape, he could only pursue them selectively and could not catch them all in one fell swoop like now. Good. Master Luo, you destroyed the immortal cultivation family supported by our sect first, and our sect sent people to investigate later. Even if Bizin had offended anyone in Guangnan Prefecture, it was his personal act, not the sect's instruction. Now, junior brother Bizin must have died, so why should Master Luo be so persistent in revenge? Trapped in the Black Crow's true flames, Biyuan Yuanying sat cross-legged in the air, without any madness of impending death, and said without joy or sadness, You are a monk of high level, worthy of being the core elder of Pure Land sect. You are right. Luo has no deep hatred with your Pure Land sect for personal interests. Luo Han was a little surprised to hear this. Although this monk's worldview was also distorted, he was able to remain so calm in the great terror of life and death, which was still admirable. In this case, why is Master Luo so aggressive and even intends to kill all the way to the holy mountain of our sect? Forgive me for speaking frankly, although Master Luo has extraordinary magical powers, far beyond the general late-stage great cultivators, our Pure Land sect is a sect passed down from ancient times, with a profound foundation. Even if a divine transformation cultivator comes to the door, he will definitely not get any benefits. Biyuan's heart moved, and he tried to persuade Luo Hong to stop. Look at your string of human bone Buddhist beads. Luo knows that, even if I explain it to you, you will not understand. So, you and I should save our energy. Luo Hong shook his head, and stretched out his hand, to take Biyuan's nascent soul into his hand. For Biyuan, who had been practicing in the Pure Land sect since childhood, the things that made Luo Hong murderous were natural to him. If there were no spells, one of the most difficult things in the world would be to put one idea into another person's mind, especially when the 2 ideas conflicted. Luo Hong liked to be efficient in doing things, and it was obvious that destroying the Pure Land sect was much more efficient than educating it. Wait, Master Luo, did you misunderstand? The bones used in this magic weapon were all left by the Buddhist monks who had passed away. As if he had guessed his own fate, Biyuan finally showed an anxious look and explained hurriedly. However, Luo Hong was speechless when he heard this. With his divine sense, how could he not sense the material of the Buddha's bones? What he cared about was not the string of Buddhist beads, but the human bone magic tools he saw along the way. Yes, there was no problem with the bone magic weapons used by the high-level disciples of the Pure Land sect, but what about those of the low-level disciples? Perhaps the disciples of the Pure Land sect were not like this in the past, but now Luo Hong only saw those low-level disciples accustomed to skinning mortals to make drums, and removing bones to refine horns. And these mortals who were picked out were those who had too much willpower extracted, thus becoming stupid and dull. These mortals were taken away by the monks they trusted without crying or making a fuss, and then all disappeared silently. The miserable scene was simply indescribable in words. It can only be said that the Pure Land sect moved hell to the human world. With a slight force of 5 fingers, Luo Hong was performed by Biyuan to search the soul. Although there were many restrictions in the nascent soul, Luo Hong flicked his fingers and smashed them to pieces. Now, Biyuan's life memories were presented in front of Luo Hong. After a violent search, Luo Hong successfully found what he wanted, and his face was gradually covered with surprise. How did this guy escape? While feeding the nascent soul that was about to collapse to King Feng, Luo Hong murmured with a frown. Before nightfall, the Buddha cultivator of the Danjia level, who had received some instructions from Biyuan, met a group of low-level cultivators who had fled from Yujin City. What did you say? Uncle Bun and the others have not returned yet? Ah. Uncle, be gentle. What I said is true, not a single lie. Today, the masters fought with the thief Luo in the sky above our temple. We saw Buddha's light, red flames, dragon roars and crow cries. However, until the thief Luo's magic hand slapped down and killed most of my fellow elders, no master appeared to stop him. The young disciple who was grabbed by the collar of the Buddha cultivator of the Danji level had tears and snot on his face, and he looked completely frightened. He repeated what he had just said at a very fast speed. Have you seen the escaping light? Where did the thief Luo or the masters go? The veins on the forehead of the Buddha cultivator of the Danji level were bulging, and he couldn't believe the result he had guessed. I only saw a blue light. It seems to be heading west. The young disciple tried to recall. It's over. It's over. Something big has happened. Jidan Foxiu immediately threw the disciple in his hand and stood there in a daze with a pale face. After a long time, he remembered the talisman in his arms and hurriedly fled to the teleportation hall. Half a day later, in the main hall of the Pure Land sect, the great elder Bxiu rubbed the sound transmission note in his hand with mixed anger and worry, and a handful of spiritual flames rushed out in an instant, burning it to ashes. Wait a moment, fellow disciples, I have to leave for a while. Zhao Hufa, you can leave. Bxiu stood up slowly without changing his expression, leaving the core elders looking at each other, and his figure flashed to a forbidden area deep in the Pure Land Holy Mountain. On the surface, this is just an inconspicuous little valley, but unlike other spiritual places in the mountains, where it is spring all year round, this place is covered with a layer of thick, crystal clear ice and snow with gusts of cold wind. Even Bxiu, the great elder, did not go in directly when he came here, but said in a gloomy voice in the outer valley, Feng Daoyao, there was an accident with the matter we discussed before. Please meet with me immediately. Accident? Could it be that the Lion sect caught us? But this is not a big deal. After all, that old monster is being dragged down by the sect. How can he come to attack us? Along with a cold voice, a whirlwind wrapped in snowflakes rolled out of the valley, and then after condensing and dispersing, a beautiful woman in white clothes who looked to be about 20 years old came. Feng Daoyao guessed correctly. Someone is coming to attack us, but it's not the senior from Lion sect, but a late nascent soul cultivator named Luo. Bxiu said something incredible with a serious expression. How could a late nascent soul cultivator dare to attack a top sect with a long history? Exclamation mark. If it was before, Bxiu would never believe it, and would only suspect whether it was a trick to make a feint to the east and attack in the west. But Bun had reminded him with his own life, so he had to take it seriously. Humph. What kind of accident is this? Are you still afraid of that cultivator named Luo? If you can't even deal with a late nascent soul cultivator, then I have to think carefully about whether your Pure Land sect is qualified to cooperate with my Ice Sea Monster clan. The white-clothed woman's eyes were sharp, and she felt that she had wasted her time. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 755, Unexpected Gains. My junior fellow Daoist brother Bun has also seen this. The 24 Cheyenne Lang formations commanded by him were unable to defeat the other party, and instead he lost his own life. It can be seen that the benefactor Luo is by no means an ordinary late-stage cultivator. Of course, our sect has been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and has stood since ancient times. The hidden means of the Holy Mountain can even deal with a cultivator of the divine transformation realm. But whether it is a treasure or a formation, it must be driven and presided over by a person. Now the final plan has not been completed, and the poor monk and his fellow disciples are unable to take action. Relying solely on those disciples in the sect who are not yet capable, they may not be able to control the benefactor Luo. Bxiu knew that a late-stage cultivator like Luo Hong, whose magical powers far exceeded his own realm, was actually more difficult to deal with than a cultivator of the divine transformation realm. Therefore, when he received Bu Yuan's last words, he immediately came to this ice valley to seek help. The 24 heavenly dragon formations couldn't do anything to that person. Oh, that's indeed a trick. How could you provoke such a being? You really don't know the situation well. The woman in white looked at BXIU with great dissatisfaction. If something went wrong on the other side, it would affect what she was going to do later. It's meaningless to dwell on this now. That person will arrive at the holy mountain in 3 days at most. I came here to ask Brother Feng to force him back. As a price, I'm willing to offer a relic of the god of transformation handed down by our sect. BXIU was really stumped by the question. Who knows what Bizin did in Guangnan Prefecture to let a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage come to fight them. The white-clothed woman was surprised when she heard this, and then a greedy light flashed in her eyes, and she asked in confusion, Dao are really willing to do this? In my opinion, even if you don't preside over it personally, the chance that the monk surnamed Luo can break the 10,000 Buddhas facing the sky formation is only 20%. This major plan will determine the future of our sect. Will it continue to be locked in a corner of the sea or gain a way out for development? I can't afford to have any luck. I think even if the ancestors of our sect are still alive, they will not oppose my decision today. BXIU said with an unusually firm look. The Pure Land sect's sphere of influence is half by the sea and half by the other two major Buddhist sects. It seems that it has eaten overseas resources and enjoyed the richness of Zilingzhou. But in fact, most of the overseas resources are scattered and difficult to develop. It is enough for casual cultivators, but the top sects can't get much benefit. Instead, it was locked in a corner of Zilingzhou by the other two major Buddhist sects, and could only watch the other party expand on land. For countless years, although the Pure Land sect has maintained its status as a top sect, it has actually become increasingly difficult. This can be seen from the fact that there has not been a Buddhist cultivator who has achieved the state of transformation in the sect for tens of thousands of years. Bu was originally the hope of this generation of the Pure Land sect, but after going to seek opportunities with Yi Zishan many years ago, she never returned, and there was no news. Even the soul lamp left in the sect has been extinguished, which must be a bad omen. In other words, the plan that BXIU is currently presiding over was originally just a backup method, but now it has become the last gamble of the Pure Land sect. Since you are really willing to give it up, it's not impossible for me to help once. Although the woman in white was already tempted, she still looked arrogant, as if she had reluctantly agreed. Thank you, fellow Daoist Feng. BXIU did not hesitate at all, and immediately threw out a jade box. Very good, if that person comes, I will definitely stop him. The woman in white felt that she could only force Luo Hong to retreat with her magical powers. If she didn't kill him, her relic would be too hot to handle. After watching the woman in white escape back to the ice valley, BXIU took out another token from his storage bag and threw it to a sacred peak in the distance with a flick of his wrist. A moment later, the entire Pure Land Holy Mountain was resounding with dull bell sounds, over and over again, for a full 81 times. On the other side, Luo Hong was still flying westward, and all the branch temples in the big cities along the way were destroyed by him. He was like a killing god. As a result, less than half a day later, when he appeared above a branch temple, he found that there was not a single high-level Buddhist cultivator in the temple, and even the number of Buddhist cultivators who had established their foundation was pitiful. It was obvious that the Pure Land sect had chosen to abandon it. Luo, these monks must have gone to the sect's headquarters to meet up. It will be even more difficult for you to attack by force. Ming shook her head. She was very confused as to why Luo Hong took the initiative to increase the difficulty for herself. After all, they could directly raid the Pure Land sect without giving the other party time to gather the forces of each branch temple. Haha, the more people gather, the better. Dao Ming, rest assured, everything is in Luo's plan, and you probably don't need to do anything. How could Luo Hong not know such a simple truth? It was because he had a way to deal with it that he took the initiative to promote this result. This is possible. Ming glared at Luo Hong, thinking that there were still dozens of times to come. Was it necessary to be so frugal? Exclamation mark. However, how could she know that Luo Hong had already arranged her part-time job in the spirit world? After all, the situation of ascended monks in the spirit world was not very good. Once the higher level Buddhists have withdrawn, these branch temples are no longer worth destroying. Let's find a quiet place to recover our magic power first, and then we will attack the Pure Land sect tomorrow. After saying that, Luo Hong fled to the mountains outside the city. Not long after, the two came to a pond. Luo Hong was about to sit cross-legged on a large blue stone when Xiaojin suddenly urged him to feed her. It turned out that all the relics had been refined. It happened that Luo Hong had just got 24 fresh ones, so she immediately asked Xiaojin to fly out and push a handful of golden relics in front of her. Luo Hong had previously experimented with a wish power in the meaty Yuo bowl and found that what Xiaojin needed was not the wish power stored in the relics, but the Buddhist magic power that constituted the relics. This was actually quite troublesome. After all, Luo Hong had a way to mass produce wish power, but Buddhist magic power was not enough. And I'm afraid that ordinary Buddhist magic power would not be enough. After all, Xiaojin was not interested in the nascent soul of Bun and others, otherwise he would definitely not waste it. Since he had already opened the treasure bag, Luo Hong simply took out 2 interesting things he had obtained from the battle with Bun and others. One of the animal skin scrolls was naturally the formation diagram of the 24 Cheyenne Lang formation. Although this formation was powerful, it required Buddhist magic power to drive it, so it was useless to Luo Hong, but the method of setting up the formation was very worth studying. It was not an easy task to make a kind of power grow rapidly one after another. According to the theory of manifestation of the law, if he could master this mysterious formation method, it would be equivalent to stepping into the door of the formation master. Therefore, compared with this animal skin scroll with great research value, the other damaged Tangshan Lingbao was not so eye-catching. At this time, the 5-colored hill that Luo Hong was holding in his palm was very spiritual, and the treasure light was also dazzling. However, due to the damage, Luo Hong could sense that this treasure had lost most of the power of the law. In other words, this treasure is equivalent to a highly imitated spiritual treasure, and it is not even as powerful as the Mitian bracelet in his hand. Perhaps because of this, Bun did not sacrifice this treasure until the end. Also due to the defect, this treasure does not need to be driven by the Tang Baoju, and it is a pure power spiritual treasure like Pingshan Seal, which is suitable for almost all cultivators to drive, and it is perfect for trading. But these are not the reasons why Luo Hong is interested in it. What Luo Hong really cares about is the spiritual material used to repair this treasure. Chapter 756, Purifying Divine Mud. This 5-colored hill is obviously made with the 5 element. As the basic law of the world of immortal cultivation, this is not surprising. But this treasure is obviously mixed with the 5 element, but it uses only one kind of repairing spiritual material. Judging from its appearance, it is most likely the pure world divine mud recorded in the Wan Bao jade slip. After observing it repeatedly for a long time, Luo Hong nodded to confirm. The pure world divine mud is a top spiritual material in the human world, recorded in the Wan Bao jade slip. It is as white as snow and as clear as a lake, but as long as it comes into contact with any spiritual object in the world, its physical properties will be simulated and transformed. For example, if you put a piece of pure world divine mud and a piece of golden crow divine iron together, you can get 2 pieces of golden crow divine iron in an instant. However, this kind of simulated copying magic power is not perfect. Compared with the copied spiritual material, the simulated one is always a little worse. But it is more than enough to repair magic weapons. The reason why Luo Hong is interested in the pure world divine mud is not for its most basic use, but because this spiritual material is one of the main materials for refining the Cheyenne Feng gourd. Over the years, although Luo Hong did not go out of his way to collect the materials needed to refine the Cheyenne Feng gourd, after several opportunities, the dozens of ingredients have basically been collected. The remaining few are not difficult to obtain if you pay a little attention. After all, the ingredients are not stuck, and you can use substitutes. The only really difficult ones are the 3 main materials. Luo Hong currently only has one of them, the Cheyenne Feng crystal, and it has not yet been upgraded to the level that can be used for refining treasures. Among the other 2 main materials, the pure world divine mud is the most critical. It will not only be used to refine the main body of the Cheyenne Feng gourd, but the power of the law must also be manifested from it. As for the last main material, the Yuan Si Divine Sand, although Luo Hong has not seen it yet, he knows where it can be found, which is equivalent to having it. Therefore, if you can find enough pure world divine mud in the Pure Land sect this time, then the matter of refining the Cheyenne Feng gourd can be put on the agenda. Although Luo Hong is not short of Tangshan Lingbao at the moment, he can observe how the power of the law manifests during the process of refining Tangshan Lingbao, which is undoubtedly very important for Luo Hong's future practice. It is very difficult to preserve the pure world divine mud. I think the bull donkeys of the Pure Land sect will hide it very deeply, which is exactly what I want. Otherwise, if this treasure is destroyed in the war, I will be depressed. While muttering to himself, Luo Hong decided to plunder it, after destroying the Pure Land sect. Just at this time, Xiaojun also gradually felt sleepy, so Luo Hong moved his mind and let them go back to their own homes, and then calmed down, and adjusted his breath. The sun sets and rises, and a day passes in a blink of an eye. On the Pure Land Holy Mountain, countless Buddhist cultivators fly back and forth, and it is a busy and lively scene. However, they are so busy not to hold any celebrations, but to prepare for war, so even mortals thousands of miles away can feel the solemn atmosphere. The Pure Land sect's headquarters is not built in a mortal town like the branch temples, but occupies a spiritual mountain like most of the righteous sects. After more than 100,000 years of operation, the Pure Land sect has stored hundreds of millions of spiritual stones, so that even if it opens a super large formation that can cover the entire mountain range, it can still last for a long time. Living Buddha, if you take action yourself, can you break this 10,000 Buddhas facing the sky formation? Yanjing looked at the super formation that was already half activated below and couldn't help but worry about Luo Hong's future, so he couldn't help asking. The little monk nodded first, but before Yanjing showed his joy, he shook his head again. This formation gathers the power of thousands of cultivators. Even if I don't care about the loss of my life, I can't break it with one blow. But if I attack day and night, it's only a matter of time before the formation is broken. But how can the enemy give such a good opportunity? If the formation cannot be broken with a few strikes, then it can only be a protracted war. Since higher level cultivators have stronger power levers and can use less mana to pry higher attack power, the party with a large number of low level cultivators is at an absolute disadvantage in terms of mana consumption. Theoretically, at this time, they can only rely on the huge reserve of spiritual stones and the absolute numerical advantage of low-level cultivators. The young monk is wealthy and believes that he can hold out to the end in this battle, but as long as his magic power drops to a certain level, the Pure Land sect will inevitably counterattack, and he can only flee in panic. Since Master Luo has no chance of winning, then I might as well show up to dissuade him and ask him to keep his useful body and make long-term plans. Sensing the suffocating spiritual pressure of the 10,000 Buddhas facing the sky formation, Yanjing could not imagine the scene when the formation issued a thunderous attack. I'm afraid that even the living Buddha may not be able to save Luo Hong at that time. Master Luo has made a great wish in his heart. He will either succeed or fail in this trip. There is no retreat. My nephew, please sit quietly and meditate, chant scriptures with me, and pray for blessings, and wait for the opportunity. The young monk saw through the world, and knew that this matter could not be reversed. Now no one could dissuade Luo Hong. After a sigh, the two were silent. About 3 hours later, the sun was setting. The red sunset reflected half of the sky, and two escape lights flew rapidly from the horizon. At this time, the little monk hidden in the sky opened his eyes, wanting to see Luo Hong's true appearance, but suddenly sensed a breath that made his heart palpitate, and his eyes suddenly focused on the pink escape light next to the blue escape light. Yanjing, why have you never mentioned to me that there is a Taoist friend beside Master Luo to help? After sensing the strength of the deeply hidden breath, the little monk couldn't help but show a look of surprise, frowning and asking. This junior mentioned it. Huh? Why did Master Luo bring his foundation building disciples? Yanjing looked at the pink escape light. Obviously, only cultivators above the giant stage can fly in the air, but he didn't find anything wrong. Seeing that Yanjing's expression didn't seem to be fake, the little monk thought of something, whispered illusion, and reached out to touch Yanjing's eyebrows. Suddenly, Yanjing seemed to wake up from a dream, and noticed many things that were wrong before. So that's it. That senior is the confidence of Master Luo. Living Buddha, since there is another senior who wants to attack the Pure Land sect, why don't we show up to help? Maybe we can remove this cancer today. Yanjing said excitedly. Hey, nephew, you think too simply. The 10,000 Buddhas facing the sky array is just one of the foundations of the Pure Land sect, and it is the most superficial one. This battle is difficult. The little monk did not become overly optimistic, because he noticed Yingming's true cultivation. He thought that this would only increase Luo Hong's chance of survival after failure. After all, he has been in charge of the Lion sect for thousands of years, and he knows the strength of the top sects better than anyone else. While the two were discussing, Luo Hong also found someone hiding here. Although the breath was obscure, one of them was too familiar, so he immediately confirmed the identity of the person in the dark. Sure enough, I made too much noise and attracted the person from Lion sect. Only beings above the level of divine incarnation could be detected by his divine sense. Luo Hong immediately understood the source of the strange feeling of being watched. Dao Yingming, there are two monks hiding over there. If they make any unusual moves when Luo Hong takes action, please stop them. Luo Hong was not clear about the attitude of Lion sect towards Pure Land sect, but judging from the other party's cold-eyed behavior, it should be mostly hostile. However, having said that, we still have to be on guard against what we should be on guard against. Chapter 757 Fighting the Ice Phoenix. There is such a good thing. This must be counted as a move. Yingming was delighted when he heard it, and hurriedly confirmed. Of course, I won't let you work in vain. But if they don't mean to be an enemy of Luo, this time doesn't count. Luo Hong was like buying vegetables in the market, haggling with Yingming. Of course, the master has taught me that you can't receive rewards without merit. Go quickly, I will leave these two monks to me. Yingming patted his barren chest, feeling that the progress of repaying the favor was about to increase by one. At that moment, Luo Hong didn't say much, nodded, and flew directly to the sky above the Pure Land Holy Mountain. With a single hand, he pinched the magic formula, and the Wangxiang divine eye between his eyebrows suddenly opened, transforming into a petrified monster eye. Suddenly, the spiritual energy in the formation below was clearly visible in his pupils. There is no bold donkey above the nascent soul stage to preside over the formation. The whole formation is just a flowery one. If that's the case, Luo Hong muttered to himself and turned his eyes to scan the many spiritual peaks below. After just a moment, he sneered and said, sure enough, the formation is activated just to cover up the traces and conceal the breath. In fact, the real purpose of these bald donkeys is to take the opportunity to complete the plan. If they succeed, I'm afraid I can be crowned the best wingman. After all, without my big fanfare to kill here, they can't legitimately gather the scattered wishes. Fortune and wealth are sought in danger. It's a beautiful idea. In the vision of the spirit, there are nearly 100 golden spirit streams on the main peak of the Pure Land Holy Mountain. They gather on the trunk and the belly of the mountain like branches. Originally, the main peak should have exuded an extremely amazing aura, but now it is completely hidden by the mountain protection formation. HMPH, let me see what you have. You dare to leave a fancy formation to fool people. In fact, the 10,000 Buddhas facing the sky formation, which gathered tens of thousands of Buddhist cultivators above the foundation building stage, was not a fancy formation even without a Yuanian cultivator presiding over it. After all, it could also withstand the full force of a Shenhua cultivator. But Luo Hong felt that what he had done on his way west should not let the high-ranking officials of the Pure Land sect look down on him, so he expected that these bull donkeys would definitely make other preparations. Just as Luo Hong was about to test it, a strong aura suddenly appeared. A white shadow rose from the depths of the Pure Land Holy Mountain and disappeared hundreds of feet away in the blink of an eye. After being surprised by the other party's beautiful face for a moment, Luo Hong sensed an unprecedented extreme cold air. This woman is so amazing. She has cultivated the ice skill to such a level. Where did the Pure Land sect find this powerful helper? I have never heard of such a person in Dajin. Judging from her cultivation, she is only one step away from the state of transformation. In front of her, the Byayu Zen master and Yi Zishan all have to stand aside. While Luo Hong was secretly shocked, the woman in white was also looking at him coldly, and her heart was also not calm. This person's spiritual consciousness is so powerful that I can't see through his true and false. Could it be that the Confucian shirt is a top-level ancient treasure with the magical power of gathering ki? Humph. Even if his spiritual consciousness is powerful, he is not my opponent. Let's test his weight first. The white-clothed woman's face changed. First, her eyebrows were frowned, and her face was full of doubt. Then, her eyes were stern, and she raised her hand proudly. Then, a pair of ice wings appeared behind her and flapped violently. Suddenly, the ice feathers on the ice wings shot out like countless arrows, and as soon as they left the body, they turned from virtual to real, and turned into half-foot-long crystal flying swords. There were more than 1,000 of them, densely packed and shooting straight at Luo Hong. Seeing this scene, Luo Hong was shocked. But he was not afraid of those ice swords, but he recognized the opponent from the pair of ice wings. It turned out to be that level 10 ice phoenix. Her demonic power is too pure, no different from the magic power of immortal cultivators, but I didn't expect it to be her. As his thoughts turned quickly, Luo Hong's hands moved quickly. With a pinch of sword formula, all 72 Shen Feng Wuang swords flew out from Danshan, quickly forming a sword formation to protect Luo Hong. Although there were many ice swords, they were only condensed by the opponent's demonic power, and naturally could not match the sharpness of Shen Feng Wuang sword. Therefore, when thousands of ice swords merged into a sword river and rushed to Luo Hong 20 feet away, countless ice swords suddenly shattered and turned into ice crystal powders that scattered everywhere. Bing Feng, who was hundreds of feet away, vaguely felt the breath of the sword formation, but no matter how his spiritual sense probed, he could not find the trace of the Shen Feng shadowless sword, and his heart was dignified. After releasing the sword formation, Luo Hong was not idle. He raised his hand and sacrificed the 5-colored hill he had just obtained. For treasures like this kind of 5-element, Luo Hong only needed to sacrifice and refine them a little to exert 120% of their power. In addition, since he had just realized a little bit of the law of power, he was also happy to use it more in the battle to improve it. Luo Hong waved his right arm slowly but quickly, and the 5-colored hill turned into a stream of light and flew out. Grow. As Luo Hong shouted the order, a strong spiritual light flashed across the 5-colored hill. The next moment, a 5-colored peak that was 100 feet high suddenly appeared, smashing towards Bing Feng at a rapid speed. With a loud bang bang sound, the ice swords that had not yet been shattered by the sword formation were crushed by the fierce airflow before they hit the 5-colored peak. Not good. With just one glance, Bing Feng knew that she would definitely suffer a heavy blow. Her figure blurred and split into 2 clones. Then, a white spiritual light flashed on the main body, and it disappeared without a trace with a whoosh. The 2 clones turned into 2 white escape lights, one on the left and one on the right, trying to avoid the 5-colored peak. However, just when they were halfway around, a huge force suddenly pressed on them, causing them to involuntarily rush towards the swelling 5-colored peak. Because they were attacked suddenly, the 2 clones, although intelligent and powerful, did not have time to react. When they came into contact with the 5-colored mountain, they were smashed into spiritual energy. Escape technique? Want to close in for a close fight? Ignoring the 5-colored mountain that flew far away, Luo Hong's spiritual sense swept over the place where Bing Feng disappeared. He did not sense a trace of magical power, but there was a weak spatial fluctuation that was constantly approaching him. With a thought, the magic formula in Luo Hong's hand suddenly changed, and the vertical eye between his eyebrows also turned into a pure black eye of destruction. The next moment, a black beam of light shot out and hit an empty space more than 100 feet away, but it caused the space there to distort, and soon a staggering figure appeared. You can actually break my escape technique? Bing Feng was shocked at this time. Her escape technique was a natural magical power. Although some people had seen through it before, it had never been restrained like this. Luo's abilities are more than that. Fellow Daoist Feng is the Lord of the Ice Sea. Why bother to get involved with a bunch of bull donkeys? It's better to leave now and avoid hurting your life. The Ice Phoenix was going to ascend with Han Laomo, so Luo Hong hoped that she would give up. However, he underestimated the arrogance of the Lord of the Ice Sea, and his persuasion had the opposite effect. Humph. Hurt my life. You dare to speak nonsense without even forcing my true body out. After shouting angrily, the white-clothed woman transformed by the Ice Phoenix inhaled and exhaled, spraying out a white hurricane. As soon as it reached the air, the hurricane roared and rolled straight towards Luo Hong. However, its target was not Luo Hong, but the sword formation that protected Luo Hong. Chapter 758, Heaven and Earth Ringlock. The white hurricane was not simply a cold wind. The Ice Phoenix had mixed a little space power into it. Therefore, the icy coldness of this magical power itself was secondary. The main thing was that the whirlwind was as sharp as a knife. If ordinary magic weapons were caught in it, they would definitely be shattered. However, the godly sword was made from space cracks, so how could it be hurt by this wind blade with a slight space attribute? However, this white hurricane was not completely useless. At least when it passed by, it made the godly swords reveal their shapes. Your flying sword. The Ice Phoenix itself had the magical power of space, so as soon as the godly swords appeared, she recognized their special materials with her eyes wide open. Then, without saying a word, the woman in white immediately retreated more than 100 feet, and she actually gave up the idea of close combat. Because, with the magical power of space, she knew very well the power of space cracks. Even the body of the Ice Phoenix, that she had nurtured for tens of thousands of years, could not withstand the slash of these special flying swords. However, just a set of Shen Feng Wuang sword was not enough to make her retreat. After all, in addition to the space magic, she was most proud of her escape technique and ice flame magic. The former allowed her to ensure that she would not fall into the sword net easily, and the latter was the guarantee of defeating the enemy. In order to maximize the power of these two magics, Bing Feng had to show her true body first. At this moment, the white-clothed woman just appeared in the distance, her arms spread out to both sides, and her upper body leaned forward to reveal a snow-white ravine. But there was no chance for Luo Hong to appreciate it, and the strong white spiritual light wrapped her up. Luo Hong, who had seen Xiao Jin's countless changes in the mysterious skills, immediately saw that the Lord of the Ice Sea was going to take real action. Since he had to deal with the bald donkey of the Pure Land sect later, Luo Hong didn't want to waste too much mana on Bingfeng, so he raised his right palm and sacrificed the water and fire bagua plate. However, before it could be activated, the Ice Phoenix revealed its true form. A body over 10 feet long, pure white, and covered with white cold flames suddenly appeared in the sky. The powerful spiritual pressure swept across the 8 directions, proclaiming her powerful cultivation at the peak of level 10. The next moment, she spread her wings and flapped them fiercely at Luo Hong, and immediately a large amount of white cold flames surged towards Luo Hong like a huge wave. Phoenix Libingayan. This spiritual flame is 3 times more powerful than Han Laomo's Luoghuo, and it has the terrifying magical power of freezing space. Obviously, it cannot be resisted by the sword formation composed of the Shen Feng Wuang sword. It will take a while for the water and fire bagua plate to be activated. At this moment, facing the white flame wave, Luo Hong opened his mouth and spit out a large ball of black crow true flames. The flame ball quickly turned into a 3-legged black crow in front of him. After an excited cry, it flapped its wings and took the initiative to meet the white flame wave. After the 3-legged black crow flew out, its body expanded rapidly. At this moment, it was fighting with the white flame wave, and it looked like they were evenly matched. When the 2 extremely cold and extremely hot spiritual flames came into contact, they were naturally incompatible. They collided and rolled around. The constantly flashing spiritual light made Luo Hong lose sight of the Ice Phoenix. At this moment, a white light suddenly flashed above Luo Hong's head, and a space crack tore open. A sharp claw about a foot long suddenly rushed out and grabbed Luo Hong's crown like lightning. At the critical moment, Luo Hong was not nervous or anxious, but wanted to laugh. After all, compared with Yaoshan Kunpeng's giant claws, the Ice Phoenix's claws looked particularly small and exquisite. Having said that, Luo Hong did not want to use his skull to take the blow of the level 10 monster. He immediately formed a claw with his right palm and pushed it out. A Rakshasa ghost claw of the same size as the Ice Phoenix's claw flew out. With a crisp sound of snap, the Ice Phoenix's claw trembled and shrank back, obviously not getting any benefit. But she didn't know that this was the result of Luo Hong's mercy, otherwise her jade leg would have been left behind. 3 breaths later, the two kinds of spiritual flames in the middle of the war had not yet decided the winner, but Luo Hong had already prepared the water and fire bagua plate. As he gently patted the treasure with his left palm, a huge bagua phantom suddenly appeared in the sky, and the water, fire and double fish clouds surged out. "Collect it for me." With a shout, Luo Hong drove the dual power of the universe of himself, and the water and fire bagua plate instantly blasted open the flame cloud in the center, and exerted a huge force that was enough to collapse a 1,000-foot mountain on the body of the Ice Phoenix. With a whine, the ice crystal feathers on the Ice Phoenix suddenly shattered a lot, and her body kept falling towards the bagua phantom. At this time, a white light flashed around her, and she obviously wanted to use the space teleportation technique to get out of the predicament. However, the space barrier, that was originally as thin as a cicada's wing for her, was now like an ice wall formed by 10,000 years of black ice, and could not be shaken at all. Luo Hong didn't even need to use the black wind flag. The power of heaven and earth itself had the effect of consolidating space. Except for a few strange escape techniques, once hit by Luo Hong's move, they could only rely on the power of their physical body to break free. However, with the dual power of heaven and earth from Luo Hong himself, and the water and fire bagua plate, even a great demon in the realm of transformation was not sure that he could break free with his physical body. As he got closer to the bagua phantom, Bing Feng was obviously anxious and kept using various means to try to break free, but all of them were useless. Just when Bing Feng was less than 30 feet away from the bagua phantom, Luo Hong suddenly turned the bagua plate in his hand, and the invisible power of heaven and earth suddenly gathered, turning into dozens of transparent rings that appeared around Bing Feng. At this moment, Luo Hong's mind moved, and these dozens of transparent rings shrank at the same time, immediately clamping Bing Feng tightly. With a scream, Bing Feng's whole body lit up with white aura, and her body turned back into the appearance of a white woman, as if she wanted to take advantage of the sudden reduction in size to make a final effort. However, Luo Hong's Kyankan ring lock, which was mixed with a trace of the law of force, was quite mysterious. It changed with Bing Feng's body shape. The woman in white was wrapped with more than 10 transparent ropes as thick as fingers, which not only made her twist like a caterpillar, but also sealed a magic power in her body. Good fellow, this is a bit lewd. Looking at Bing Feng's current appearance, Han Li's eyes could not help but stay on her proud place for a moment. Fortunately, he did not forget that he had something to do, and soon moved his eyes away. Human race, do you want to provoke a war between humans and demons? Let me go. After finding that she really couldn't break free, Bing Feng couldn't help but threaten in a cowardly manner, but secretly regretted it in her heart. The magical power of this human race restrained her too much, otherwise even if she couldn't beat it, she could use her innate magical power to escape. Now that I'm caught, is he going to kill me for the elixir? After a long time, Bing Feng thought of the days when she was born and the tribesmen who were captured by the Ice Soul Fairy. An emotion called panic spread in her heart. P.S. There will be another chapter later. Chapter 759, dealing with expired formations. Luo has no intention of provoking a war between humans and demons. If it weren't for the aggressiveness of fellow Daoist Feng, you and I wouldn't have gotten to this point. Don't worry, Luo won't kill you. Luo Hong put away the water and fire gossip plate and comforted him casually. Without the support of Bing Feng's magic power, the Fengli ice flame in the sky was greatly reduced in power. The three-legged black crow swallowed it all without much effort, and the flames appeared on Luo Hong's left shoulder. The right shoulder was where Zyojin was. It consciously shrank to the size of 2 fists, and its head looked around flexibly. The intelligence of the flame spirit seems to have increased. Is it because it has swallowed a lot of spiritual flames recently? Luo Hong was stunned by this accidental discovery. On the other side, Bing Feng's beautiful face showed doubts. She herself didn't think the threat just now was useful. She just blurted it out in a hurry, but Luo Hong seemed to be fooled by this trick and really promised not to hurt her life. Although she didn't believe it very much, she couldn't help but feel happy, but soon the joy turned into sorrow. This Luo guy wouldn't want me to be his spirit beast, would he? If so, I won't let him succeed, even if I have to fight to the death. Just as Bing Feng was getting used to being a captive, Ying Ming in the distance had already come to the hiding place of Yanjing and the others. Hey, you two don't just stand there and watch, hurry up and take action, otherwise fellow Daoist Luo will break the formation. Her words immediately made the little monk and Yanjing look at each other in bewilderment. The little monk was not surprised that Ying Ming could find their hiding place. After all, the other party was a being of the same level. If he couldn't even see through a magical power of gathering ki, it would be too lame. But what's with this childish tone? Exclamation mark. Yanjing felt from the bottom of his heart that the living Buddha master should have exchanged bodies with the woman in front of him. Hey, is this fellow Daoist a pure child? I'm not here to be an enemy of Master Luo. Fellow Daoist, please don't misunderstand me. The little monk felt that Ying Ming didn't seem to be pretending and said in a calm tone, immortal cultivators, no matter how weird their temperaments are, they are not weird. Do you think I will believe you easily? Fellow Daoist Luo said that you have been secretly spying on him before. I guess you are most likely thinking of taking advantage of the conflict between the snipe and the clam. However, I have to remind you that once fellow Daoist Luo takes action, your plan will inevitably fail. So now is the best time, no need to hide anymore, just take action. Ying Ming stared at the two wisely, and the golden flame in her palm was ready to go. As long as the two monks in front of her took the first step, she would immediately counterattack. Wait, senior, are you saying that Master Luo wants to break the formation alone? Isn't this suicide? Why don't you help him? Yanjing was very good at grasping the key points, and he immediately heard the fact that Ying Ming would not participate in the attack on the Pure Land sect. Humph, I want to help him too. But what can I do if he doesn't let me? He is so stingy, how can he be so frugal? Facing Yanjing's questioning, Ying Ming actually said with deep resentment. However, her explanation made the two even more confused. They could not think of any reason why Luo Hong did this. Is it possible that Master Luo wants to sacrifice himself to warn the Buddhists in the world? Although he had seen the power of the water and fire Bagua plate, the little monk also felt that Luo Hong was committing suicide and could not help but think wrongly. What the hell are you talking about? Since fellow Daoist Luo said that he can handle it alone, then he can handle it alone. What are you doubting here? Why don't you take action quickly? Ying Ming was a little panicked. Could it be that her inference was wrong again? What on earth are these human beings thinking in their heads? No senior, do you believe in Master Luo so much? Have you ever thought that this is just a comforting word? Yanjing was about to collapse from his Buddhist heart and said in a somewhat inappropriate manner, fellow Daoist Luo can climb the host's welcoming peak. This is the best evidence. How can someone who can make the host admire him say that he can't do it? If you don't take action now, don't regret it. Ying Ming made a final effort. Above the holy mountain of Pure Land, Luo Hong looked at the grand 10,000 Buddhas facing the sky ray below, and couldn't help but sneer and said, such a good turtle shell, it's not a waste of that treasure. Let me see whether you bold donkeys have a strong foundation or Kunpeng's true thunder is more powerful. 3 Tribulations Thunder Sky Ray, start. With a loud shout, 3 streams of light shot up from the treasure bag to the sky, thousands of feet high. When the 3 streams of light stopped at the same time, 3 array plates inlaid with top-grade spirit stones were revealed. However, these 3 top-grade spirit stones were all reduced by 10 times compared to their original size. It is hard to imagine what kind of thing can cause such serious consumption of top-grade spirit stones in a few years. At this time, Luo Hong pinched the magic formula with both hands, and the array plate in the sky also turned, and suddenly 3 huge array shadows covered half of the sky. On the main peak of Pure Land, BXIU, who was sitting cross-legged in the hall, suddenly had a sudden heartbeat. An unprecedented sense of crisis swept his mind, causing him to almost interrupt the spell. After suppressing the discomfort in his mind, he glanced around and found that he was not the only one who felt the impulse. What's going on? Why do I feel like a heavenly tribulation? The three-eyed Buddhist cultivator who borrowed the 5-colored hill said with a sullen face. He had encountered a monster that had broken through the transformation in the outer sea and witnessed the heavenly tribulation himself. The strange feeling just now was surprisingly similar. Could this be the method used by Luo to break the formation? Great Elder. Seeing that all the junior brothers were uneasy, BXIU could only hang up the sky viewing mirror that he had put away before to make everyone concentrate. A long square mirror flew into the air. After BXIU cast a spell at it, the white mist in the mirror quickly dissipated, reflecting the scene of the formation covering the sky outside. What a big formation. Do any of you junior brothers recognize this formation? BXIU didn't understand the formation, but he couldn't see what was so powerful about the formation in the sky. Brother, this is the Three Tribulations Thunder Sky Formation, a treasure of the demonic way. It can absorb the power of thunder and lightning during the heavenly tribulation to help cultivators or monsters to overcome the tribulation, and can also release the absorbed thunder and lightning power afterwards. Brother, I see that the formation is moving in the opposite direction. I think Luo the thief wants to break the formation with the thunder and lightning power in this formation. A Yuanying Buddhist cultivator with little presence responded. So that's how it is. No wonder there is a feeling of heavenly tribulation approaching. I think Luo the thief must have used this formation to absorb the thunder and lightning power of monsters during their tribulation. The three-eyed Buddhist cultivator felt relieved when he heard this, and then he sneered and guessed. Haha, Luo the thief is asking for trouble. How can the heavenly tribulation thunder of an 8th level monster break our sect's formation? Haha, brother, you are right. Luo the thief is probably at his wit's end and is messing around with a dead horse as if it were a live one. Chapter 760, Destroying the Sect. Amidst the laughter, BXIU's expression became more and more solemn. His spiritual sense would not lie. Something that could frighten him so much was definitely not an ordinary threat. Besides, this strange feeling was just like a heavenly calamity. More, well, it was like a feeling of despair that a catastrophe was coming. Pass the order down, activate the Buddha Bone Pagoda, and deal with Luo the bandit with all your strength. After a moment of silence, BXIU suddenly said with a serious expression. Brother, the power of will in the Buddha Bone Pagoda is to be reserved for the things in the mountain. Isn't it inappropriate to use it to deal with Luo the bandit? The three-eyed Buddhist cultivator said hesitantly. Brother Beacon, there is no need to say more. If Luo the bandit's attack is just a bluff, it will definitely not cause us to lose too much power of will. If there is really a way, we should block it with all our strength. Anyway, we will not lose anything, so it is better to be careful. BXIU resolutely played a forbidden token and decided against all the opinions. After hearing this, the Yuanying elders felt that the Great Elder was a little too cautious, but they didn't say much. After all, they had prepared enough willpower and could afford some losses. Well, let the spies of each sect take a good look. Even without us in charge, the 10,000 Buddhas facing the sky formation is not something that a cultivator in the late Yuanying period can break. My Pure Land sect has been silent for a long time, and it's time to show our fangs. Otherwise, the world will not know what a furious Vajra is. Although it sounded a bit exaggerated, the Yuanying elders still used showing off their power as an excuse to convince themselves. While they were talking, the colorful Buddha light covered the light shield of the formation, causing its aura to suddenly surge. In the sky, Bingfeng, who was tied up by SESE, saw this and said in surprise, these monks are really afraid of death. This human race clearly wants to use the stored heavenly thunder to consume the mana and spiritual stones of the Buddhist cultivators in the formation, but they even use the power of will to bless the formation for such an attack. They are even more timid than sparrows. As soon as the voice fell, or thunder exploded above her head, Bingfeng, who had just been indifferent to the thunder formation in the sky, suddenly had her hair stand on end and turned her head to look at the sky in horror. I saw a trace of blue lightning flashing under the Three Tribulations thunder formation, and in an instant, 3 more lightning dragons jumped and flashed by. Bingfeng saw it clearly, and the shock in her heart became heavier. What kind of thunder method is this? What amazing spiritual pressure, and my bloodline obviously feels suppressed. This is possible. What kind of thunder method can suppress my Shi and Feng bloodline? This human race. This human race. Bing Feng was speechless for a moment, secretly estimating how many blue thunders she could withstand, and the result made her extremely desperate. Luo Hong was unaware of the mental journey of the crowd at this time. It was not easy for him to control the formation now, especially at the moment of unsealing. He could hardly control the Kunpeng True Thunder sealed by the formation, and it exploded. To be honest, he was able to survive under the Blue Thunder Ball with the Three Tribulations Thunder formation that day, all thanks to the fact that the wandering Kunpeng had no intention of killing him, and Han Lao No. Otherwise, as long as he slightly controlled the True Thunder, the mere Three Tribulations Thunder formation would not be able to seal it. Fortunately, his consciousness reached the level of transformation, and there were 3 top-grade spirit stones to help stabilize the formation. At this moment, the formation was finally unsealed. Full. With a shout, 3 blue thunderbolts several feet thick fell from the 3 circular formations at the same time, and smashed into the spirit cover condensed by the 10,000 Buddhas facing the sky formation with the momentum of splitting the sky. As if being bombarded by 9 giant hammers at the same time, the wish power layer covering the spirit cover was instantly shattered, and 9 pits with a diameter of more than 100 feet suddenly appeared, and the spiritual light emitted by the spirit cover suddenly dimmed. If it weren't for the full supply of willpower, the formation would have failed with just 1 strike. However, what made the Pure Land Sect's cultivators despair was that this was just the beginning. After the initial guidance, the Kunpeng True Thunder continued to strike down, and the sound of thunder was endless for a while. Although the 10,000 Buddhas facing the sky formation was powerful, it only lasted 2 rounds of bombardment before it was shattered, leaving the Pure Land Sect nakedly exposed to the threat of the Kunpeng True Thunder. A green thunder dragon hit a spiritual peak and immediately shattered half of the mountain. No restrictions, no formations, nothing could resist. Mountains were shattered when encountering them, and lakes were calmed when encountering them. The scene of changing the world on the 9th floor of the Demon Suppression Tower that day was reappearing at this moment. The Buddhist cultivators of the Pure Land Sect did not resist, but their so-called foundation was just the treasures left by the Buddhist cultivators who had transformed into gods, and how could they resist the partial power of a casual attack by the true spirit? The Pure Land monk's vision is still limited to the human world, but my methods have already escaped the human world. The outcome of this battle has not yet begun. It is already determined. Suspended in the air, Luo Hong looked at the Pure Land Holy Mountain, which was changing its landform, and shook his head slightly. The array plate of the Three Tribulations Thunder Sky Array was sealed with Kunpeng's real thunder, and the top-grade spirit stones inlaid on the array plate were consumed all the time, so it could not be preserved for too long. Originally, Luo Hong planned to use them to blow up the Dragon Palace, after arriving at the Chaos Star Sea to avenge the arrow shot by the Golden Dragon King, and to plunder the treasures of the Dragon Clan by the way, but unexpectedly, the thunder was blocked by the Pure Land Sect. On the other side, Ming looked at the falling blue thunderbolts, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Wow, what a powerful thunder method. Fellow Daoist Luo really didn't let me down. No, why am I so happy? I'm afraid I won't have the chance to make a move this time. But, Master Luo is really a person with great fortune. He can actually get such a treasure. I'm really enlightened today." Seeing that the Pure Land Sect was being destroyed like a dead tree, Yang Jing couldn't help but feel happy. The little monk on the side was also shocked and smiled, but his spiritual sense was the most extensive and the most sensitive among the 3, so he was the first to notice something wrong. BXIU and the others are all concentrated on the main peak. Didn't they sit in the center of the formation before? The little monk's heart suddenly trembled. Even if the Pure Land Sect was a little contemptuous of the powerful enemy, it shouldn't have arranged for a Yuanying elder to preside over the formation. Moreover, judging from the previous events, the Pure Land Sect attached great importance to Luo Hong. Not only did they invite external aid, but they also activated the power of the Buddha Bone Pagoda at the first time. Behind this contradiction, there must be a reason why BXIU and others could not leave the main peak. After becoming suspicious, the little monk instantly swept his spiritual consciousness to the belly of the main peak, and immediately sensed an extremely strong breath. Late stage of transformation? This is impossible. At this moment, the Kunpeng True Thunder in the Three Tribulations Thunder Formation was about to be vented, and now only scattered blue thunder fell. Luo Hong did not care about the overloaded formation plate that was about to collapse on its own, but looked at the Pure Land main peak below with a solemn expression. Without the cover of the 10,000 Buddhas facing the sky formation, the spiritual energy fluctuations in the main peak are now openly presented. However, there was no surprise on Luo Hong's face, as if he already knew the next change. Chapter 761 Blood Shura. The heritage left by the ancestors of the Pure Land sect was not completely useless. At least, it saved the main peak from being destroyed by the thunder. Although he was struck by a thunderbolt, he survived. At this time, in the hall, BXIU pushed away the charred corpse with difficulty. He should have died, but the three-eyed Buddha cultivator, the junior brother named Bikung, saved him with his life. With blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, BXIU looked at the people in the hall, and found sadly that there was not a single survivor. Even those who survived were injured, not to mention continuing to cast spells. Even if they did not immediately use their energy to heal their wounds, they would fall from the realm. It's over. It's all over. Grand Elder, the spiritual peaks outside have all collapsed. Let's retreat quickly before that thief Luo comes. There is a teleportation array hidden under the main peak. We still have a chance of survival. All the surviving Yuanying elders were unwilling to be enemies with Luo Hong anymore. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, they just wanted to escape together. Ha ha ha. Where is the glimmer of hope? If we don't succeed this time, we will die. After being stunned for a moment, BXIU suddenly laughed wildly 3 times and took out an object from his storage bag with a crazy look on his face. When the nearest elders saw the object clearly, their faces changed immediately and they wanted to fly away from the hall regardless of their injuries. However, BXIU's movements were obviously faster than them, and he crushed the fist-sized blood jade Buddha in his hand without hesitation. Then, blood light appeared everywhere in the hall, and the sound of Buddha chanting suddenly sounded. If you listen carefully, you can find that this Buddha chant is quite similar to what Luo Hong heard in the Sima family dungeon. If you don't succeed, you will die. No one can stop the rise of the Pure Land sect. My fellow disciples, I will meet you in the Pure Land. As the blood light flashed, the spiritual light on the Yuanying elders in the hall was extinguished at the same time, and their magical powers were immediately imprisoned. BXIU was not panicked at all. Instead, he lost his crazy look just now. He clasped his hands together very calmly and said, Grand Elder, don't do that. Old thief, quickly close the formation. I just formed an ascent soul. I don't want to die. Compared with BXIU's calmness, the other elders in the hall were not so generous to sacrifice themselves. But no matter how they wailed and cursed, BXIU's brows could not be frowned. However, within a few breaths, including BXIU, all the nascent soul elders of the Pure Land sect, whether dead or alive, turned into a pool of blood, which quickly seeped into the ground, as if something was absorbing the blood. In the sky, Luo Hong was floating quietly. He did not have much control over the Kunpeng True Thunder. He would not go down before all the Kunpeng True Thunder was released, even if a layer of blood light appeared on the main peak. Otherwise, if an unlucky person was struck to death, it would be a big joke. Feng Daoyao, you look like you know what's in the belly of the mountain. Can you help me solve this puzzle? Seeing Bing Feng's beautiful eyes wide open like copper bells, Luo Hong knew that she must know something, so she asked casually, damn it. These damn bull donkeys. How dare they lie to me? This is not the breath of the early stage of the transformation of the spirit. This Shura may have reached the late stage of the transformation of the spirit. Hiding this information, they want to take both families. Hey, human race with the surname Luo, take me away from here. Otherwise, when the things in the belly of the mountain rush out, we will all die. In the moment of being stunned, Bing Feng figured out a terrible fact. The reason why she wanted to cooperate with the Pure Land sect and help them collect the power of vows was to let the Pure Land sect help her attack the Zyagi Palace after refining the Shura. Although the lowest level Shuras have the cultivation of the early stage of the transformation of the spirit, their magical powers are mostly based on huge strength and lack of changes. Even if Bingfeng's cultivation is only equivalent to the peak of the late stage of the nascent soul, she is not afraid. For the demon clan, the Shura who relies on the flesh is not a threat. After the Pure Land sect refines the Shura, it can not only help in the attack on the Zyadaji Palace, but also will set off civil strife among the three major Buddhist sects in the future, which is tantamount to killing two birds with one stone for the demon clan. Because of this, Bingfeng worked so hard for a human clan sect that she even lost everything. But judging from the breath she sends now, the strength of this Shura may have reached the late stage of the transformation of the spirit. Bingfeng was obviously deceived by BXIU. But it's not her fault. The Pure Land sect is proud enough to be able to refine a Shura venerable in the early stage of the transformation of the spirit. No one would have thought that they were so powerful that they could create a Shura in the late stage of the transformation of the spirit. And corresponding to the strength is the ambition of the Pure Land sect. These bulldonkeys deliberately concealed this point, definitely not to give Bingfeng a surprise. Obviously, the Pure Land sect wants to take over both land and sea. If Luo Hong hadn't intervened, I'm afraid that, when BXIU succeeded, Bingfeng would have suffered a heavy loss. Buddhist Shura. I have heard of it. But Luo is not going to run away. This matter happens to be related to me. Let's deal with it now, so as to save some effort in the future. Luo Hong was not surprised at the other party's late stage of transformation, because he had already known the main material used to refine Buddhist Shura through Bu Yuan's memory. It can be said that the bull donkey of the Pure Land sect was already lame for refining Shura of this level. You are crazy. No. Do you still have the thunder array just now? Bingfeng thought Luo Hong was unreasonable at first, but then he thought that if he still had the blue thunder for him to drive, it seemed that Shura in the late stage of transformation could be dealt with. Even if there are 2 thunder arrays, there are no other 3 top grade spirit stones. I only have 1 trump card. However, I do have a treasure that can restrain Shura. Since Luo Hong dared to come, he was confident that he could deal with it. He slapped his forehead and made half of the milky white jade fly out. However, Bingfeng did not sense much spiritual energy on this half of the jade, so he did not believe that this thing could deal with Shura in the late stage of transformation. He could not help but yell, "Let me go. Don't take me with you if you want to die. Are you really clear-headed now? Don't be awkward, you are messing with my mood, do you know?" Luo Hong flashed to Bingfeng's side and slapped her on the butt, which immediately made her quiet down. "Luo, I'm going to kill you. If you have the guts, let me go, and we'll fight again." Bingfeng's pretty face turned red, and then she said angrily with shame and anger, "I said I didn't mean it, do you believe me?" Luo Hong really didn't mean to humiliate Bingfeng. He was used to teaching Zyojin this way. Thinking that they were all demon birds, he just hit them. Although it was a bit uncomfortable to abstain from sex for decades, Luo Hong would not do anything when the enemy was in front of him. Seeing Bingfeng's relentless look, Luo Hong knew that she would not believe him, so he knocked her unconscious with a knife without saying a word. At this moment, the roar of the collapse of the mountain came from below. Luo Hong glanced and saw a 100-foot giant holding up 4 extremely thick arms and pulling himself out of the rocks. The giant was red all over as if he had waded through a sea of blood. His face was extremely ferocious, and his roar was like a drum hammer hitting everyone's heart. As soon as he got out of the belly of the mountain, the blood Shura stared at Luo Hong in the sky, his eyes burning with anger, wishing to eat him alive immediately. He stomped his foot hard, causing the half-broken Pure Land peak to collapse completely, and he flew towards Luo Hong at a high speed. Heh, great power demon, you're so weak after 100 years. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 762 Demon Soldouts. The Great Power Demon, one of the 6 extreme demons, is suspected to be an ancient demon general during the Ancient War, and his cultivation is at least above the refining void. This demon should have been sealed in the Zushan Palace in the Chaos Star Sea, but due to the relationship between Luo Hong and Yuan Yao, the seal was loosened, allowing his sealed body to escape. After escaping, this demon chased and killed everyone in the palace without saying anything. Fortunately, Luo Hong and the other two ran fast at that time, and only half of the demon body was chased out of the Zushan Palace, and finally the other party was sealed back. Through Yuan's memory, Luo Hong saw the scene where the Pure Land sect got the body of the great power demon from the sea. At that time, it was both unexpected and natural. Although Dajin is across the sea from the Chaos Star Sea, it is more than tens of thousands of miles away. Even if a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage flies at full speed, it will take decades to reach it, not to mention the many dangerous places in the deep sea. Therefore, from ancient times to the present, Dajin has no contact with the Chaos Star Sea. Except for several generations of Star Palace masters who have come to travel, there is no other intersection. Luo Hong could hardly imagine how the body of the great power demon could have floated to Dajin from such a long distance. Moreover, from his memory, he could find that when the great power demon was found by the Buddhist cultivators of the Pure Land sect, he was in a very bad state, and had been in a state of sleep, which was why he was easily captured. Luo Hong deduced that this was most likely the price of escaping from the Zushan Palace. But logically speaking, the great power demon could not have escaped. After all, he was in a state of body without soul at that time, equivalent to a beast with an extremely strong body and only instincts. In the heavy restrictions of the Zushan Palace, such a beast would only be trapped to death, and would not think of a way to escape. But the facts had already slapped him in the face, and Luo Hong had no choice but to accept it. However, after thinking about it carefully, there were not only 3 reasons for the great power demon's true body to escape from the Zushan Palace. One was the assistance of the other 5 ancient demons. Luo Hong clearly remembered that the anomaly he and Yuan Yao created at that time was not aimed at the great power demon alone, but should have acted on all 6 ancient demons at the same time. But the one who broke the seal was only the great power demon, which was obviously not logical. But if you think about it carefully, this is also reasonable. The 6 altars are sealed with the flesh of the real demons. From the names, we can see that the magic skills they practice are different. Luo Hong had been in contact with the powerful real demon for a period of time, and he knew that his magic skills were just like his name, which was a kind of body refining. Therefore, when the flesh body was sealed, the powerful real demon was most likely to escape by himself. Even if he didn't want to, the other 5 ancient demons would force him to do so. In this case, it is understandable that the 5 ancient demons made efforts to send the powerful real demon who found half of the demon body out of the Zushan Palace. The second possible reason is that the demon soul of the powerful real demon was not completely eliminated by Luo Hong. The most suspicious thing is whether the demon soul that invaded the Zushan Palace's restriction was completely integrated into the demon head at that time. If not, when the demon body wandered in the Zushan Palace for a period of time, he would definitely find an opportunity to meet the demon soul and gain some memory and spiritual wisdom. At that time, he was not in the seal, and the space isolation of the Zushan Palace itself could not stop the magic skills of the powerful demon. As for the third reason, it was that the demon body was taken over. There are countless old ghosts hiding in the ghost land in the Zushan Palace. Although the demon body is strong, it can't withstand the plots of these old ghosts. It is not surprising that it was taken over by them. Among these 3 possibilities, Luo Hong is more inclined to the latter 2. After all, the demon body obviously paid a great price to escape from the Zushan Palace, so that it fell into a deep sleep. Thinking back to the beginning, this guy was alive and kicking just after he came out of the seal, and his ferocity did not decrease, even if he was cut in half. If the 5 demons help, this price should be borne by them. So, who am I facing now? Luo Hong stared at the flying blood Shura and murmured. Although they both experienced the disintegration of the heavenly demon, the body of the great power demon was obviously much stronger than that of the blood flame ancient demon in the falling demon valley, so that after several serious injuries, it could still be refined into the blood Shura of the late stage of the god transformation. The newly born blood Shura was in a rage, and did not give Luo Hong too much time to think. The forearms hit Luo Hong fiercely from 4 directions, and in the whistling wind, they wanted to smash him into a pulp. However, with a flash of white light, Luo Hong's figure disappeared from the spot, and then instantly appeared 100 feet away. With the magical power of teleportation, he was not afraid of such direct attacks at all. Luo thief. No matter how powerful you are, you must die here today, to sacrifice my souls in the Pure Land. A dull like thunder came out of the ferocious mouth of the blood Shura, and gold-plated runes lit up on his 4 huge fists at the same time. Then he swung violently, and although he hit the air, it seemed to hit a real object, stirring up a large area of transparent ripples in the air. Such a violent spatial turbulence, this monster has blocked all teleportation techniques. Bing Feng was the most sensitive to spatial fluctuations, and immediately saw through Blood Shura's intentions. Under such a degree of spatial turbulence, it would be extremely dangerous to use teleportation skills. Either the spatial turbulence itself would strangle the person, or the teleportation position would be changed and merged with the object. Oh. Is the bull donkey from the Pure Land sect the master of this Shura body? This is a bit surprising to me. Luo Hong didn't care about the sealing of the escape technique, but was still thinking about the question just now. According to his guess, there could only be 3 consciousnesses in Shura's body at this time, namely, part of the demon soul of the great power true demon, the ghost monk, and the bold donkey from the Pure Land sect. This order basically represents the degree of danger of this blood Shura from high to low, and will also affect Luo Hong's tactics, so he cares so much. As for the mere spatial turbulence, Luo Hong, who has the black wind flag in his hand, is not afraid at all. He doesn't leave at this time, just because sealing the great power true demon is his mission. Perhaps you bold asses have washed away the spirit in the demon's body, or perhaps the first 2 are hiding, and can't come out, but it doesn't matter. At this moment, I'm not afraid of anyone in a physical fight. Let's first taste the power of the restriction. Although he still had some doubts, Luo Hong did not intend to test it again. He raised his right palm, and sacrificed the half of the jade. On this half of the Golden Palace Jade Book obtained from the Zushan Palace, there is a restriction, to suppress the great power true demon. When Luo Hong was still in the late stage of the Jinden, he could use it to suppress the half of the great power true demon's body. Now that his cultivation has reached the late stage of the Yuanying, he can naturally exert greater power. I saw that after this half of the milky white jade flew into the air, a flash of light suddenly condensed into a phantom of a green jade altar hundreds of feet high. This phantom was just above the head of the blood Shura, and it pressed down at this time, as if the sky was falling. P.S. There will be another chapter later. Chapter 763, Fighting Force with Force. As the altar phantom fell, Zushura immediately raised his arms to resist, trying to hold up the sky with his forearms. However, the 2 touched each other silently, and the altar phantom actually passed through Zushura's body like a phantom. In the blink of an eye, the altar phantom completely wrapped Zushura in it. At this time, countless silver chains that seemed to be real emerged from the phantom and instantly entangled Zushura's whole body. The appearance of these silver chains also seemed to drain the power of the ban, causing the altar phantom to dim rapidly and soon disappear. After this incident, Zushura immediately used his means to try to break free from the silver chains, but no matter how he pulled, these silver chains were firmly entangled on him, without any signs of damage. Instead, as time went on, Zushura's breath became weaker and weaker, and soon fell from the late stage of the transformation of the spirit to the middle stage of the transformation of the spirit, and it was not yet at the bottom. Just when he was about to fall to the early stage of the spiritualization, Blood Shura suddenly changed his strategy, pinched his forearms at the same time, and a layer of grey-white spiritual flame suddenly ignited on his body. As soon as this flame appeared, the Blood Shura's aura stopped falling, and even recovered a little, and finally stabilized at the middle stage of the spiritualization. Shura holy fire. Looking at the grey-white spiritual flame, Luo Hong's face suddenly sank, and his eyes became more solemn than ever. Since the battle began, was it Xuangu's possession of the body, or was it the innate magical power of this Blood Shura? No matter which one it is, this spiritual flame is quite dangerous. As he spoke, Luo Hong stretched out his hand, and grabbed the 5-colored hill on the ground in front of him. This treasure is powerful enough, but it is not indispensable, so Luo Hong planned to use it to test it. He stretched out his hand again and grabbed the black hill on the top that represents the earth element and poured his magic power into it with a thought. The next moment, the palm-sized black mountain spun around and grew to a height of 50 or 60 feet. After a flash of spiritual light, it suddenly appeared on the top of Bloodshura's head. As a result, Bloodshura, who had just solved the power of the cultivation ban, could only raise his arms to resist again. Fortunately, this time, there were no unexpected changes. Bloodshura's forearms just sank slightly and resisted the black mountain. Not only that, the part he was holding up quickly turned red and soft, and the grey-white spiritual flame on his body had the potential to burn the mountain. But before Bloodshura could make this move, the next golden mountain pressed on the black mountain and immediately made his forearms sink again. Then, the blue mountain also pressed down, and the huge force that Bloodshura injured surged again. At this time, the soul of BXIU in Bloodshura couldn't help but be a little surprised. After all, this 5-colored mountain was the magic weapon of his junior brother Bikan. How could he not know how powerful it was? But these 3 spiritual mountains were much more powerful than what Bikan could do when he used all his strength. Could it be that this person was practicing the 5-element cultivation method? Exclamation mark. If not, how could the spiritual mountains have such amazing auras and perfectly superimposed powers? Once they became the 5-element, it would be quite troublesome. With a change of mind, Zushura immediately put away his 2 arms, and a string of gold-plated runes appeared on his arms, and then he blasted upward fiercely. With a loud bang, the black hill was blasted into pieces, and then the remaining strength smashed on the golden hill. With a bang, the bottom of the hill sank several feet deep. The next moment, the grey-white spiritual flame on Zushura's body seemed to come alive and swept up, turning into the mouth of a giant snake, swallowing the golden hill violently. Suddenly, the golden hill melted visibly, and the spiritual energy plummeted in an instant, and it was already inevitable that it would be destroyed. It's the Shura holy fire. This is a bit troublesome. Luo Hong threw away the remaining part of the 5-colored hill, frowning deeply. If a magic weapon of this level cannot perfectly superimpose the power of the 5-element, it will be meaningless to Bloodshura. So when the black hill was destroyed, Luo Hong decisively stopped. Xiao Jin is still refining the North Pole Yuangang, but he can't use the soul fusion technique with me. I can only rely on myself in this battle. Although I haven't weakened this colleague to the ideal state, it's not a big problem. After talking to himself calmly, Luo Hong's body was covered with a layer of red crystal armor, and white lightning and black crow true flames jumped together. Suddenly, he stepped on his feet, and the 4-sided flying boots flashed with light. The whole person turned into a stream of light and flew out, and instantly rushed to the forehead of Bloodshura. In the astonishment of Bloodshura that Luo Hong came to him, Luo Hong's fist hit the opponent's forehead hard. Dozens of shock waves were seen emanating from the center of Bloodshura's brows, and the huge force penetrated his bones, causing his head to tilt back and fly backwards for more than 100 feet. At this time, Luo Hong did not look at the result of his punch, but lowered his head and clenched his fist and said in a deep voice, "The 2nd level of the Great 5-element Tang Shengju plus the Thunder Immortal Body technique, plus the power of heaven and earth and a trace of the power of law are enough to compete. But this Bloodshura is really tough. If the heaven and earth pearl is not used, it is difficult to cause fatal injuries." Luo Hong was not satisfied with the result of this punch. Because of the imbalance of yin and yang, the heaven and earth pearl cannot be used at the same time as the black crow true flame. This means that Luo Hong cannot suppress the Bloodshura in the middle stage of the spiritualization with his physical body alone, and he is afraid that he will have to fight hard. But if he fights hard, Luo Hong will suffer a great loss in terms of mana, so he rationally analyzes that he will lose more than he wins. However, it's not that there is no chance. I have just comprehended the law of power, and it is the time when it is easy to make progress. If I can comprehend a little bit in the battle, the situation will be reversed immediately. Anyway, Aang Ming is there to back me up. If I don't make good use of such a good sandbag, it would be unreasonable. Thinking of this, Luo Hong immediately rushed forward. The Bloodshura controlled by BXIU at this time is based on the magic cultivation of the great power true demon, infused with the secret method of Buddhism, and refined with infinite willpower and magic power. Moreover, because it is a cultivated flesh body, it is not afraid of the heaven and earth forcibly taking away its vitality, and its combat power can be said to be unparalleled in the human world. Although he was careless and took a punch from Luo Hong, it was not a big deal. Seeing that Luo Hong, who was as small as a mosquito, dared to take the initiative to attract him, he immediately roared and punched him. The two fought, and a strange scene appeared for a while. It can be seen that, although the size of the two is very different, they are evenly matched in the battle of strength. Every time they fought, they could stir up waves of air that shook the surrounding ground. When they fought on the ground, the noise was like a dragon or snake rising from the ground, like a natural disaster. Seeing this with their own eyes, Bing Feng and Yan Jing were dumbfounded. They couldn't help but wonder if Luo Hong was some kind of ancient beast in the form of a demon cultivator. It's over. This guy is a monster. I was hoping that he would take the opportunity to escape after being seriously injured. Now it's all over. Bing Feng felt that the road ahead was bleak at this moment. Chapter 764 The worst case. There were loud explosions, and the ground shook. After nearly 100 collisions of fists and feet, even though Luo Hong's mana was far superior to that of an ordinary late-stage nascent soul cultivator, he could not help but feel exhausted. His movements gradually slowed down, and the power of his fists and feet was also weaker than at the beginning. Who? Damn it, can't I win? What the hell is this law of force? Luo Hong said to himself in a rather frustrated tone while panting. He had been fighting with Blood Shura until now, but he had not touched the law of force that he had just comprehended. This attempt could be said to be quite a failure. Sure enough, the traditional way of cultivating immortals by comprehension is not very reliable. After complaining, Luo Hong responded to Blood Shura's attack in a slightly hasty manner. Unlike Luo Hong, who became weaker and weaker as the battle went on, Blood Shura controlled by BXIU became braver and braver as the battle went on. After all, BXIU had just taken over this Shura body, and after getting familiar with it, he would naturally be able to perform better gradually, and he was even more powerful than Luo Hong in terms of mana. However, although the current situation is that Blood Shura has begun to gain the upper hand, the balance of victory and defeat has always been on Luo Hong's side. Blood Shura's physical body is indeed extremely powerful, but his soul is too weak. If he starts from this aspect, Luo Hong can completely reverse the situation in an instant, not to mention that Ming is also on the side to suppress him. The reason why he didn't do this is that Luo Hong still wants to fight for a while. After all, the opportunity is rare, and Luo Hong himself is unwilling to give up. At this time, Luo Hong used the Thunder Immortal Body technique to the extreme, mobilized his strength with all his strength, and then punched out again. And Blood Shura also concentrated his strength to punch out, and the golden runes on his blood-colored arms shone brightly. There was another explosion in the sky, and the surging airwaves rolled up the floating soil and broken rocks that had just fallen. At this moment, even if the nascent soul cultivators stayed nearby, they would be injured by the aftermath. Fortunately, the Buddhist cultivators of the Pure Land sect had already died, and the only living creatures around the battlefield were Bing Feng and Ming, who were captured alive. Ming and the little monk were both incarnations, so they were naturally not afraid of the aftermath. However, their expressions were very different. Ming looked like she was enjoying the fun, and whenever Luo Hong showed a slight disadvantage, she would be delighted. The little monk, on the other hand, looked worried and frowned hesitantly. Nephew, quickly send a message to the sect and mobilize all the Luo Hong of the Thunder Department to come. BXIU has already been possessed by the devil. After he defeated Lord Luo, he will definitely attack our Lion sect. We must strike first. Yes, I will send a message right away. Yanjing had actually intended to do so, and was just waiting for the little monk to speak. So when he heard the words, he immediately took out a golden conch with electric light jumping on it, put it to his mouth, and blew it violently. But strangely, the golden conch did not make any sound, only a violent flash of electric light, and then there was no movement. But Yanjing and the others knew that at this time, the Lion sect must have been filled with the sound of conches all day long, and they were all alarmed. As for the Ice Phoenix, although she was closer to the battlefield, every time the airwave rushed over, the Kyankan ring on her body would light up slightly. pushing everything away and keeping it in an untouchable state. Obviously, in this state, except for Luo Hong, it was difficult for others to even get close. Just as she was secretly looking for a way to escape, a blazing fireball suddenly passed by her and slammed into the ground, blasting out a huge pit like a meteorite falling to the ground. Then, the Ice Phoenix suddenly felt that the restraining force on her body loosened slightly, and her eyes lit up, thinking that there was a chance. There was no doubt that the fireball was Luo Hong, who was hammered away in the previous attack. After a period of decline, Luo Hong couldn't stand the blood Shura for the first time and showed a sign of defeat. With a bang, Luo Hong broke through the soil and flew out from the ground. He was bleeding from the corners of his mouth, but his breath was not weak, and it was obvious that he was only slightly injured. Damn it, I can't hold on any longer. Should I force myself to use the purple thunder? Luo Hong hesitated with a serious look. However, before he could think clearly, something strange happened to Blood Shura. What the hell? Get out of here. With a slightly panicked roar, Blood Shura suddenly hugged his head and struggled, his face showing a look of shock and anger, and a grin, as if there were two souls in his body. Humph. As expected, the bold donkey of the Pure Land sect is just making wedding clothes for others. Sensing the familiar breath, Luo Hong immediately confirmed that there was a demon soul hidden in the Shura Dharma body, and couldn't help but say in a deep voice, "The worst situation has happened. Fortunately I was prepared." There is a huge difference between whether this Shura Dharma body is dominated by BXIU or the demon soul. Once the demon soul devours BXIU's soul, with its all-powerful magic skills to control the body, the combat power of Blood Shura will be directly doubled, and the degree of strength is not comparable to when it is dominated by BXIU. Fortunately, Luo Hong has been on guard against the appearance of the demon soul, so he has not let Yingming show up until now. Otherwise, even if the demon soul has a deep hatred for him, it will not fight with him and Yingming. After realizing that something is wrong, the demon soul will definitely choose to escape. In this way, the task of sealing this demon will be extremely difficult to complete. Only when Luo Hong uses himself as bait like now, can he have the opportunity to lure out the demon soul and kill it in one fell swoop. Fellow Daoist Yingming, it seems that Luo Hong really needs your help this time. Let Luo Hong entangle this demon first, and then you suddenly kill it from the side. While the demon soul was still devouring BXIU's Yuan Shen, Luo Hong hurriedly transmitted his voice. No problem. After going around in a circle, fellow Daoist Luo actually wanted to fish out this big fool. You really don't mind the trouble. Yingming happily agreed, and as soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared without a trace. It's done. Next, I just need to withstand the first two waves of this demon's attack, and this worry will be completely wiped out. Thinking of this, Luo Hong rushed straight to the struggling Blood Shura with his head in his arms. Although he knew that, even if he attacked secretly at this time, it would not have much effect, but he had to act in full. Otherwise, with the cunning of the demon soul, if he was found out, it would be bad. It's a pity that King Feng has not recovered yet, otherwise he could try to curse the demon soul now. Even if it is the Yuan Shen of the ancient demon of Liangsu, if there is only a trace left, there is a chance to wipe it out directly. Secretly complaining, Luo Hong had already fled to the top of Blood Shura's head, easily dodged his giant arms that were swinging randomly, and punched him hard on the brow. Suddenly, the 100-foot-high Blood Shura fell straight down from the air, smashing out a human-shaped pit. Luo Hong was about to chase him, but he heard a terrifying low laugh suddenly coming from the smoke and dust. Today is really a great day for me. Not only did I get a new life, but I also sent you, a junior, to my presence. The sound of the voice blew away the dust covering the Blood Shura. He stood up, as if nothing had happened, and the dark magic pattern emerged, just like a stone statue puppet. I didn't expect that you had a backup plan back then. Such a cautious move really makes me admire you. However, today is not the day for me to die, but for you, senior. Luo Hong deliberately said harsh words to anger the demon soul and sacrificed the Black Wind flag. As long as he used the magical power of this flag, neither the Blood Shura nor the demon soul could escape today. You are still as arrogant as you were back then. Do you think you can compete with me who has regained my physical body with just a magical treasure? You are simply courting death." Before he finished speaking, the bloodsurer, who was controlled by the demon soul, flashed and suddenly jumped in front of Luo Hong. So fast. What kind of magical power is this? Without spatial fluctuations, it is simply unscientific to move like teleporting with the strength of the physical body alone. With such a large body, there is no air resistance? Exclamation mark. Although he did not understand the mystery, Luo Hong knew that the next attack of the bloodsurer would be powerful. He waved the black wind flag with his left hand without hesitation and pushed forward a Rakshasa ghost claw with his right hand. "You want to stop me with a mere spatial barrier? Go to hell." Seeing Luo Hong's method, the bloodsurer smiled contemptuously, and then one of his arms suddenly collided with a circle, and then he threw a punch fiercely. This is... Luo Hong's eyes widened, as if he recognized the circle, and immediately infused more magic power into his right arm. The fist was invisible, and the diameter of the house-sized fist was blasted towards Luo Hong's face. Just when it was about to hit him, it suddenly shrank and became more than 10 times smaller. But Zushura's arm was not affected, so the scene suddenly seemed extremely inconsistent. "It's not a space barrier," Zushura said with a surprised look on his face. Even the space barrier could not stop his punch, but after he punched, it was like hitting a ball of air and did not touch Luo Hong at all. It turned out that Luo Hong did not use the black wind flag to build a space barrier, but compressed the space so that Zushura's fist could not reach him. However, although he blocked Zushura's attack with a clever trick, Luo Hong's face did not relax at all because the opponent's punch was not over yet. The next moment, a key force like a transparent giant fist shot out from the compressed space and came to Luo Hong in an instant. Seeing this, Luo Hong immediately used the Rakshasa ghost claw to resist. However, surprisingly, even with only 30% or 40% of the power of the punch, Luo Hong still had a hard time resisting it. There is no doubt that, if the previous blow had been real, Luo Hong would have been in danger of falling. What a powerful true demon fist. I know that the senior has kept a lot of it back then. Although it was just a glimpse, Luo Hong still recognized the magical power that Zushura had just used. It was the powerful true demon fist that he had learned and stolen from back then. The power of this fighting secret technique is extremely strong. It can increase the power of the performer by 1 time. When it is performed with the flesh of Zushura, the power is even more terrifying. Each level of this secret technique corresponds to a flesh realm. After refining the first level, you can exert 1 time the power when the flesh is 10,000 jin, and after refining the second level, you can exert 1 time the power when the flesh is 100,000 jin. Unless you perform it at a higher level, it will not be superimposed. But because it is extremely domineering, you must never perform it at a higher level, otherwise you will definitely explode and die. Luo Hong only got the first few levels of this secret technique back then, and it is no longer useful to him now. But he didn't expect that this secret technique actually contained content corresponding to a body strong enough to withstand a mountain, which really made him frown and gasp. "P.S. Brothers, I don't want to work anymore, I'm quitting." Chapter 765, Fierce Fight. My supreme magic skills were passed down by the holy ancestor. How can you, a young man of the human race, guess what you can do? I taught you once before, now try it again. Bloodsurer shouted unscrupulously. HMPH senior, don't tempt me. How can high-level secrets be compared with low-level secrets? Senior's body is indeed powerful, but with your current appearance, I'm afraid that the magical powers you can display are limited, and it's not so easy to hurt Luo. The bloodsurer led by the demon soul is indeed terrible, but it also has a flaw. That is, there is no demonic energy in his body at this time, but all of it is a power of Shura formed by the mixture of demonic energy and Buddhist magic power, borrowed from the power of will. In this way, the magic skills learned by the demon soul cannot be displayed. This is why there is a lack of changes in the attack, which was avoided by Luo Hong with cleverness. While he was talking, the black wind flag was almost activated. Suddenly, the black evil wind whistled out from the flag and quickly formed a huge wind group like the one in the demon suppression tower. From the outside, this was just an area filled with black wind, but in fact, the power of space had surrounded this place, forming a huge space bubble. Of course, the space bubble was just Luo Hong's own name. In the information given by Linglong, this magical power of the Black Wind Flag was called Endless Black Domain. No matter who or what was enveloped in it, unless they had a stronger spatial power than the Black Wind Flag, even if they escaped to the edge, they would be instantly teleported back to the center. Teleportation, and even magical powers and magic weapons with spatial attributes would not be usable. You are trapped in your own cocoon? I will help you. Zushiro sensed the spatial power coming from all directions and knew that it would be difficult for him to escape from this area with his current magical power, but he also knew that, unless Luo Hong was willing to give up the Black Wind Flag, he would be trapped with him. Therefore, the two of them were now like trapped beasts in a cage, and only one of them was destined to survive. As soon as the words fell, Zuziulo suddenly punched out with both fists, as if he had not learned his lesson, and rushed towards Luo Hong again. Then, the same situation as before appeared. After approaching Luo Hong, Zuziulo's two forearms quickly shrank, and entered a compressed space. However, the next moment, two red fists broke through the air on the other side. It turned out that Zuziulo used the secret art of fighting, which made his arms stretch several times in an instant and directly passed through the compressed space. Without a doubt, this is the simplest and most direct response plan. As if frightened by the sudden giant fist, Luo Hong did not make any moves at this time, and was hit hard by a giant fist. However, soon this Luo Hong dissipated like mist, and the real Luo Hong opened a dazzling vertical eye, and stood dozens of feet away. Now, with a thought, Luo Hong waved the Black Wind Flag, while transmitting the message, gathering the surrounding black wind into a dragon. Then he waved the flag and pointed, causing the newly formed black wind dragon to bite towards Zushiro. On the other side, Ming, who had already sneaked nearby, also suddenly appeared. Without saying a word, he waved his hand and shot out a circle of golden flames. With a pinch of the magic formula, it turned into countless golden flying butterflies, which pounced on Zushiro. The two attacked quickly, and at the moment when Zushiro's arms were out, and the middle door was wide open, it was really the strongest attacking the weakest, and the timing was perfect. Seeing this, Zushiro was extremely shocked and angry. His other two arms suddenly closed in the middle, and pinched a magic formula. Suddenly, the sheer holy fire on Zushiro's body surged, and then his body began to shrink visibly, as if the sheer holy fire was burning his body as firewood. The next moment, the Black Wind Giant Flood Dragon and the Golden Flame Butterfly Sea rushed over together, and the three kinds of spiritual light suddenly intertwined together, with the sound of explosions. After a few breaths of stalemate, the Blood Shura's arm covered with Shura holy fire suddenly broke free from the restraint of the Black Wind Giant Flood Dragon, and then pinched the head of the Black Wind Giant Flood Dragon like lightning, and the magic pattern on his arm lit up, and he crushed it to pieces. After losing the head of the dragon, the remaining dragon body's breath dropped greatly, and his three arms exerted force together, tearing the Black Wind Giant Flood Dragon that was entangled with his upper body to pieces. After losing the restraint of the Black Giant Flood Dragon, Blood Shura immediately drove all the Shura holy fire to press the Golden Flame Butterfly on the lower body. The Golden Flame Butterflies, which had already gained a little advantage, were immediately swallowed up by the new wave of fire. The rest could only temporarily avoid the edge and fly back to Ming. That magic pattern is really interesting. After the fatal attack failed, Luo Hong was not frustrated, but became interested in the magic pattern on Zushira's body. However, he also knew that now was not the time to do research. He was distracted for a moment, and waved the Black Wind Flag again. Although Zushiro blocked the attack of the two, he did not get any good results. Not only did his body shrink by a full 10 feet, but his aura also dropped sharply, and he was about to lose his cultivation in the middle stage of the spiritualization. This guy is quite powerful. Does Brother Luo have more powerful magical powers? If it is only at that level just now, I'm afraid it will take several hours to fight. Ming frowned slightly. She didn't want to waste too much time fighting, otherwise the loss of spiritual power would be serious. Yes, but Brother Ming has to help Luo delay for a while. Luo Hong nodded. After all, Luo Hong only practiced the second level of the Tang Baoju of the Black Wind Flag, so it was not so flexible to drive it. If he wanted to exert the current maximum power, he had to accumulate power for a while. And as long as there is enough time, he can also integrate the Black Crow True Flame into the Wind Dragon, greatly increasing its power. Although the Shura Holy Fire is powerful, the Black Crow True Flame is not bad either. After the Wind Dragon becomes a Fire Dragon, it will be more effective against the Blood Shura. That's easy, just try to be faster. As long as the Blood Shura does not use the extremely costly secret method just now, Aang Ming is confident that he can hold the other party back for a while, so he agreed. Seeing Aang Ming and the Blood Shura fighting to the same place, Luo Hong did not hesitate and immediately cast a spell to prepare. Looking at Aang Ming's magical power, the cultivation level of her spiritual puppet is probably not the initial stage of transformation as I expected before. The things left by Wenchai and Sun are really amazing. After sighing in his heart, Luo Hong's eyes couldn't help but glance at the Blood Shura. Obviously, at this time, the Blood Shura also knew that he was in trouble. If he couldn't defeat one of him and Aang Ming first, he would definitely be killed by the two of them. And Aang Ming, as Luo Hong instructed, entangled Zu Shura tightly, forcing him to defeat Aang Ming as soon as possible. He immediately ignored his own consumption and continued to use his powerful True Demon Fist. But as Luo Hong said, although Zu Shura's divine power is unparalleled and difficult to match, it lacks changes. Even if he is strong, it is useless if he can't hit him. If Aang Ming just entangled Zu Shura, he would still be able to do it with ease. But surprisingly, watching the magic patterns on Zu Shura's body light up again and again, Luo Hong's heart gradually became agitated. It felt like something that was not very clear was swaying in front of him, but he just couldn't catch it. Immersed in it for a while, he couldn't help but slow down the casting of his hands. Why do these magic patterns give me an inexplicable sense of familiarity? The strange feeling of scratching an itch directly messed up Luo Hong's state of mind. I don't know when he stopped waving the Black Wind Flag, and his thoughts turned wildly in his mind. Until Zu Shura threw another punch, which seemed to hit Luo Hong directly on the forehead. A flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in his mind. Chapter 766 Hearing the Truth. The black magic pattern is closely related to the powerful true magic power, otherwise, these runes would not all light up every time Blood Shura takes action. In addition, the first thing the Demon Soul did, after taking control of Blood Shura was to condense these magic patterns, which is enough to prove this point. According to previous research, Luo Hong saw at a glance that these black magic patterns were actually silver runes in the flesh. It was only because the ancient demon's body was transformed into Ashura's body by the monks of the Pure Land sect that the silver rune environment in the body changed on a large scale, and the demon soul condensed them on the surface of the body. In the eyes of beings at his level, this was tantamount to putting a physical secret technique in front of others without concealment. Although the secret technique of the god transformation level is extremely profound, Luo Hong had a history of stealing it, and the demon soul was concerned about this, so he spoke to test it before taking action. However, Luo Hong did not lie to him at the time. Even if he used the enlightenment tea, it would be impossible for him to steal a secret technique of the god transformation level in a short period of time. Therefore, Luo Hong never had this idea from beginning to end. In fact, not long after the battle began, Luo Hong felt that the black magic patterns were strangely familiar, but he thought it was because he had practiced the first few levels of this secret technique, so he didn't take it seriously. However, it was not until this moment that he understood the real origin of this familiar feeling. So that's it, the black magic patterns are not important, the lore information contained in them is a real treasure. Haha, it is worthy of being the magic skill passed down by the holy ancestor. Thank you so much. As a flash of inspiration flashed through his mind, Luo Hong suddenly realized that the source of the strange familiar feeling was nothing else but the trace of the law of power that he had realized. Obviously, the great power True Demon Fist was created by the holy ancestor of the demon clan who mastered the law of power, and this holy ancestor left his understanding of the law of power in this secret technique. There is a lot of information about the law of power hidden in the complex black magic patterns. Under normal circumstances, even a powerful demon who practices this secret art cannot peek into this part of the lore information, because no matter how high the realm he practices this secret art to, as long as he does not comprehend the lore of power, he will never be able to see through the entrance, and can only blindly use the secret art itself. However, this is a matter that is as difficult as ascending to heaven for a powerful demon, but it is easy for Luo Hong. In fact, after he obtained this part of the lore information, he immediately set off a storm of thoughts in his mind. Silver runes gather to form silver tadpoles, and silver tadpoles combine to give birth to the lore of Tao. The lore is attached to all things, and the extreme of things can manifest the lore. I understand. Haha, I was blinded by my own arrogance before. For a moment, the gains from studying his own silver runes for more than 200 years, the experience of analyzing many silver tadpoles, and the lore of power that he comprehended, the three collided together. At this moment, Luo Hong seemed to have an illusion in front of his eyes. He saw countless silver runes in his body, converge to one point. After blurring for a moment, a silver tadpole he had never seen before appeared. This is a silver tadpole text that belongs to Luo Hong alone. It represents the manifestation of the lore of Luo Hong's physical body, even if it is the same lore of force. Due to the different body refining methods and different paths, each cultivator will get different silver tadpole texts when he reaches the step of manifesting the lore. Originally, even if Luo Hong could obtain the lore information in the black magic pattern, it would be impossible for him to directly comprehend a silver tadpole text of his own. At most, he could comprehend a few strands of the lore of force. After all, this is the way of the demon clan saint ancestor, not his way. He can only learn from it, not copy it. However, Luo Hong's previous accumulation allowed him to truly embark on the way of force under the stimulation of this opportunity. This silver tadpole text is his own way. At this moment, Luo Hong truly understood what it meant to hear the way in the morning and die in the evening. This feeling of instantly integrating everything he had gained before and opening up the road ahead was really intoxicating. At the same time, Luo Hong suddenly realized that the biggest gain from his sudden enlightenment that day was not the lore of force. Although it is of great significance, in terms of value, the Thunder Immortal Body technique is far superior to it. And it is precisely because the true power of this technique can only be manifested after Luo Hong steps into the path of power, so he did not realize it before. The lore of power, the silver runes in the flesh, and the Thunder Immortal Body technique, these three together are a complete puzzle. Previously, due to the lack of inspiration, I did not associate them together, but now, Luo Hong's hand flashed with black light, and he put away the black wind flag, then raised his right fist in front of his eyes, and said with shining eyes, I found this inspiration. With a thought, Luo Hong urged the mana in his danshan to change the 5 element and produce a large number of 5 element of divine thunder. This was the precursor to his previous use of the Thunder Immortal Body technique. However, this time, the white electric light did not jump on his body surface, but all flowed in his flesh and blood, making his skin and flesh transparent like a jellyfish. And if you look closely, the white electric light in Luo Hong's body is slowly constructing countless runes. The changes that happened to Luo Hong naturally could not escape the perception of Zushura and Yingming. Why didn't he act according to the original plan? What a strange magical power. Yingming was extremely confused and had no idea what Luo Hong was thinking, even though the wind dragon had already condensed halfway. Seeing this, Zushura on the opposite side couldn't help but feel uneasy, worried that Luo Hong was preparing some secret method to fight him to the death. No, it will be disadvantageous to delay it any longer. We must solve one first. After hesitating for a moment, Zushura's eyes condensed, and he made a decision secretly with a ferocious face. He suddenly attacked Yingming fiercely, forcing her back a little, and then used the same trick again, using the extremely costly secret technique to greatly enhance the power of Shura's holy fire. The grey-white spiritual flame rose instantly, and Yingming's eyes were solemn when he saw this. He also pinched the formula to summon countless cherry red petals, and then continued to entangle Zushura. But at this moment, most of the Shura holy fire on Zushura's body suddenly gathered in front of his chest, and in an instant it turned into a huge skull, and rushed towards Yingming with a gaga grin. but he himself flashed and disappeared on the spot. Not good. Fellow Daoist Luo, get out of the way. Ming knew something was wrong and immediately reminded him loudly. It turned out that seeing that Luo Hong was performing a secret technique and was inconvenient to move, Zushura decisively moved his target to him, risking a great drop in his cultivation level to kill him first. It seemed that when Luo Hong was halfway through preparing the secret technique, he did not dodge at all after hearing Ming's shout and did not cast a spell to protect himself, allowing Zushura to bully him in an instant. Go to hell. The next moment, Zushura's fist, which had expanded a circle, turned into a residual image, tearing through the air and smashing towards Luo Hong fiercely. P.S. I went to upgrade the social security card for the elderly at home today, and the second chapter will be coming soon. Chapter 767, The Power of a Punch. Facing this punch that could smash a 1,000-foot high peak into pieces, Luo Hong's eyes showed no panic, but instead were filled with uncontrollable excitement. It was as if the punch that Bloodshura had paid a huge price to throw at him was exactly what he had expected. At the moment when the bloody giant fist was approaching, Luo Hong's right arm suddenly disappeared, and then an unspeakable terrifying might emanated from him. This might did not come from spiritual pressure, nor from the previous aura of a fierce bird, but from a figure that suddenly weighed on everyone's hearts. Looking at his face, it was Luo Hong, holding the power of heaven and earth, showing the might of thunder. The collision of flesh and flesh was without any fancy moves, and Luo Hong's entire body seemed to have melted into this punch. A white electric light easily passed through the giant arm of Bloodshura, and the flesh and blood along the way turned into powder. Then, this electric light fell directly on Bloodshura's chest. Compared to the huge Bloodshura, the white electric light was as small as a toothpick. However, at this moment, there was a muffled thunder explosion, and Bloodshura fell straight down like a meteor. At the moment of being hit in the chest, the demon soul knew his fate with horror. He had only seen the might of the opponent on the Saint Ancestor. That kind of power was definitely not something a Yuanying cultivator could possess. At the last moment of his life, the demon soul couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" Huangfeng Valley cultivator, Luo Hong. Facing this ancient demon who had been entangled with him since the foundation building period, Luo Hong kindly gave him an answer. The next moment, Bloodshura fell to the ground, and a scene that completely violated mechanics also appeared. It was seen that the ground, which was originally smashed into a huge pit, or cracked into a deep valley, was as hard as divine iron at this time. The huge body of Bloodshura actually exploded into pieces of meat when it touched the ground, and even the demon soul in the body could not escape. There was no trace of Bloodshura on the ground, but there was a fist mark of more than 100 feet long, with an unusually smooth and regular edge, without the slightest gap. It was as if Luo Hong had carefully left it on the sand. On the surface, the impact of Luo Hong's punch ended there, but soon there was a loud sound of the earth cracking in the distance. Hundreds of miles away, a huge crack spread rapidly until it stopped on the surface at the coastline on both sides. Then, this crack with the Pure Land Holy Mountain as the center, and winding to the coastline on both ends, began to expand uncontrollably. Not long after, this large piece of land tilted strangely, and the sound of the waves became louder and louder. Not good. This piece of land is going to sink. When Luo Hong put away the black wind flag, the endless black domain gradually began to dissipate, so the two little monks who stayed outside also saw Luo Hong's last punch. As a result, they were naturally stunned until they were attracted by the increasingly violent movement of the earth, and then they came back to their senses. However, the little monk didn't know until he saw it, and he was shocked when he saw it. At this moment, with the holy mountain of Pure Land as the center, a large piece of land with a length and width of tens of thousands of miles is sinking into the sea at a very fast speed. Junior brother Yanjing, where are the eyehats of the Thunder Department? The little monk asked hurriedly without caring about being shocked. The junior brothers of the Thunder Department have arrived nearby through the secret teleportation array, and will meet us within half an incense stick. Yanjing also realized that things had gotten serious. After sensing it with the help of magic weapon, he hurriedly replied, "Immediately let them turn around and evacuate the mortals on this land." the little monk immediately ordered, and then looked at Luo Hong with a complicated expression. Fortunately, the area near the holy mountain of Pure Land is a direct territory of the Pure Land sect, and there are not many mortal towns. Otherwise it will create a lot of killing karma. The power of one punch can cause the land to sink. Master Luo will not stay in the human world for long. The little monk sighed, and did not stay for long. He set up the escape light, and went to a nearby mortal city. Haha, are you kidding me? This must be a joke. Even the ice soul fairy back then was not so exaggerated. Who on earth have I fallen into? You old thief BXIU, you really ruined me. Looking at the gradually rising ground, Bing Feng felt that she was going to break down, and a strong sense of despair enveloped her heart. As the initiator of everything, Luo Hong said that he was innocent. He just suddenly got a wonderful method, wanted to show it off, and explored the ultimate of the wonderful method. He couldn't help but use 12 points of strength and accidentally sank the land. This seemed to be blamed on him. Unfortunately, despite the guilt in his heart, Luo Hong really didn't have a drop of mana now. His body was also very sore, and his soul was even more swollen and painful. After all, when he performed the real Thunder Fairy body technique, it was a heavy burden on his soul. Haha, this technique is not just to stimulate the body and enhance the burst. I was really sitting in a well and looking at the sky before. This technique uses thunder to transform talismans and multiply the laws of the body. It is a real technique of the immortals. It is worthy of being plucked from the real spirit. It is so mysterious that it makes people sigh. I can't take it anymore. This punch really knocked me dry. After taking a deep breath, Luo Hong felt that he was weaker than ever before. The three treasures of spirit, energy, and spirit all fell to the bottom of the valley, and even his vitality was lost a lot. If it weren't for the Yuhua pill in his hand, he might have left some hidden injuries that hindered his path to immortality. After swaying for a few times, Luo Hong almost couldn't maintain the flying technique and fell to the ground. Fortunately, a gust of fragrant wind blew by, and Ming suddenly appeared beside Luo Hong and reached out to support him. Fellow Daoist Ying, thank you for your trouble. After whispering, Luo Hong finally couldn't bear it and fainted, and he didn't even have time to take the pill. No way. Fellow Daoist Luo. Fellow Daoist Luo? Ming shook Luo Hong twice, and seeing that he showed no signs of waking up, he glanced at Bing Feng in the distance, and said to himself, Master, he seems to have really fainted. Did you see clearly that punch he just threw? Incredible, really incredible. I never thought that after so many years of my ascension, the human world could still produce such a genius. As soon as Ming finished speaking, an old and cynical voice came from a sachet on her waist. Master, don't sigh. What on earth was that punch of his? I'm really curious. Ming shook the sachet and urged, hey, you girl are going to rebel. Stop it quickly. Although I'm only a soul fragment, I'm still your master. Stop it quickly. You can stop it, but the master can't keep it a secret. Ming smiled happily and talked about the conditions. No need to keep it a secret. This young friend Luo has made a lot of money this time. His attainments in the law of power have already reached a high level. Moreover, his thunder magic can increase the power of the law he controls by almost 3 times. That blood sure deserves to lose. Chapter 768 The 5 Realms of the Physical Body. I don't know what this friend encountered during his epiphany. He was able to gain such a harvest. It's really enviable. The soul in the sachet said with emotion. His original body was also a professional in epiphany. Although he had many times, the total harvest was not as good as this time. It is not difficult to comprehend a little lore at a low level through epiphany, but it is extremely difficult to make this lore grow. After all, everyone's path is different. Even if there is a great master to teach, if one's own accumulation is not enough, it will not be able to make any progress. Wentian Soul knew better than everyone that Luo Hong's this time was not a stroke of luck, but a result of accumulated experience. But the appearance of Zushira undoubtedly brought this moment of enlightenment forward a lot. Brother Luo has this ability. I'm afraid he will also have a place in the spirit world. Master, maybe we have to change our plan. Ming said with envy. It was relatively easy to improve the strength of her puppet body. She only needed to refine various high-level spiritual materials, but the perception of the law was twice as effective. I don't know where the original body is in the spirit world now. I cut off the slight connection with him 3000 years ago. I'm afraid he has encountered trouble. Since this little friend has extraordinary combat power, we can accompany him for a while in the spirit world. When Xian Fenhan's tone sank, and he agreed with Yang Ming's proposal, it turned out that the enlightenment tea leaves Yang Ming really needed were half less than what she said, and after arriving in the spirit world, she had no intention of acting with Luo Hong again. With her simple nature, she naturally couldn't think of this plan. When Xian Fenhan was the mastermind behind the scenes, but they didn't have any bad intentions, they just wanted to borrow the power to ascend. That's the best, otherwise I'll always feel guilty. It's too tiring to lie. Yang Ming's face lit up, and then he said no more. He helped Luo Hong, took the day's Bing Feng with him, and fled from here. Let's not talk about how the Buddhist practitioners of Lian sect dealt with this sudden land-sinking disaster. One day and one night later, Luo Hong woke up slowly in a manner. The first thing he did when he woke up was to use his spiritual sense to check the surroundings, but it caused his soul to hurt and he almost fainted again. No way, my soul is injured again. After being depressed for a moment, Luo Hong hurriedly checked his condition. Fortunately, it was just overconsumption. He would recover in more than a month of rest. If he took the help of elixirs, it would be even faster. There were no restrictions on his body, and the Wanbao bag and the spirit beast bag were all intact. Obviously, nothing bad happened during his coma. After a sigh of relief, Luo Hong's mind moved slightly, and he took out 3 ancient pills from the Wanbao bag, which were the Sanhuanshan pills that nourished the Yuanshan, the Kinyu Zhuangsu pills that replenished Qi in blood, and the Yuanhe powder that restored mana. Thank you Taping Mansion Lord for the gift. The ingredients of the ancient pills were all sufficient, and as soon as they entered his stomach, Luo Hong felt much more comfortable. After 7 days of refining the medicinal power, Luo Hong had recovered 70% to 80%. As for the missing Yuan Qi, he had to rely on Yuhe pills to make up for it. This took a long time, and it was obviously inappropriate to take it here. The matter here is over. It's time to go back to Wanjianmen, and then set off for Xianaji Palace. With this, Luo Hong got up from the bed and walked outside. His consciousness had already found Yang Ming's location. As he took a step, he couldn't help but think of the punch a few days ago, and his mood was a little excited. The moment he touched his own Dao, he understood that the Thunder Immortal Body Art was a much more mysterious fighting secret method than the Great Power True Demon Fist. Don't look at the punch he hit Shen Lu that day. In fact, this is just the tip of the iceberg of the Thunder Immortal Body Art. To a certain extent, Luo Hong's current mastery of this art can be equivalent to the incomplete first level of the Great Power True Demon Fist. According to Luo Hong's current understanding, the Thunder Immortal Body Art is a magical power that uses the power of thunder to evolve silver runes in the body, thereby copying the practitioner's own law of force and doubling the power of the law in a short period of time. And this magical power that directly acts on the law has undoubtedly been exposed to the cultivation system of the fairy world. That Yaoshan Kunpeng is either related to the true immortals of the fairy world, or he has obtained the Golden Palace Jade Book. Luo Hong was able to comprehend this art from the sudden enlightenment, all thanks to his claws, when he confronted the heavenly Dao of the human world, revealing his own information, which was accidentally captured by him, and comprehended through the mysterious state of sudden enlightenment. Theoretically, as long as the thunder power in the body is sufficient, the Thunder Immortal Body technique can increase Luo Hong's law power by 3 times. However, as Luo Hong's own law power increases, the requirements for thunder power in this technique will also be greatly improved. If it weren't for Luo Hong's innate 5-element body and the pure magic power that is unrivaled in the human world, which evolved into an extraordinary 5-element divine thunder, he would not have been able to throw that punch that day. In addition, as Luo Hong's understanding of the law of power deepened, he finally divided the realm of the physical body from the rules of the quantitative change of the law. The first realm is subduing the tiger, which means that the power can subdue the monster. The power of 10,000 pounds is considered to be the entry. The second realm is breaking the evil, which is a realm of entering the hall with a power of more than 3,000 pounds. Because it begins to touch the law, the physical body gradually develops its own magical powers and is not afraid of evil spirits. The third realm is subduing the dragon, which is a realm of small success with a power of more than 1 million. Even a dragon is invincible. At this level, the law can barely manifest, but because the silver runes in the body are scattered everywhere, and not all of them are related to the law of force, only people with extraordinary understanding can manifest the law in this realm. However, relying on the magical power of natural evolution, the cultivators in this realm can violate the normal laws of mechanics and kick over Newton's coffin. Because of this, the body cultivators in this realm can begin to practice advanced fighting secrets. The fourth realm is carrying mountains, which is a realm of great success. It can move mountains and rivers, dare to be the TSUI of the world, and the physical body has changed to the limit. It only takes an opportunity for the law to manifest. After manifestation, it naturally enters the fifth realm, hearing the way. The practice of the realm of hearing the way is to temper the body of the law, and it is also the path that Luo Hong will take next. The physical realm after the fifth realm must also be related to the law. Although Luo Hong has not yet come into contact with it, he can speculate that whenever a cultivator reaches a certain stage in his understanding of the law of force, a new realm will appear until the final state of unity. Although the subsequent realms are still too far away from Luo Hong, such a clear road ahead is in front of him, which immediately gave him many ideas for the deduction after the great 5-element Tang Shengju. Stepping out of the door, Luo Hong saw a peach blossom forest. Among the pink peach blossoms, Ming was feeding Bing Feng. Seeing Bing Feng's face full of shame and anger, Luo Hong's mouth twitched and coughed. Ahem. Fellow Daoist Ying, you can't be rude to fellow Daoist Feng. Bah. Human race, you can kill or cut me as you please. Don't think I will be humble and obey you. After spitting out the sesame cake in her mouth, Bing Feng said with all her heart, haha, fellow Daoist Feng, you are too serious. I said I would not harm you, so I will not break my promise. Bing Feng was the key to Han Laomo's ascension. Luo Hong did not want to play with her, so she took back the restraints on her body with a thought. As long as Luo Hong was alive, the Kyankan ring lock would last forever. It seemed that Ming was too idle to spend so much effort to feed Bing Feng. What? I thought I could eat roasted phoenix meat, but I was looking forward to it for nothing. Ming said with some disappointment. There were not many things in the human world that could arouse her interest, and roasted phoenix meat was one of them. Thank you for your help this time, fellow Daoist Ying. I will keep this kindness in my heart. Luo Hong knew that after she fell into a coma, it was all thanks to Ming that she was safe and sound, so she bowed solemnly. Oh, I didn't actually do much this time. In fact, I was taking advantage. Fellow Daoist Luo, don't take it to heart, Ming said secretly with a guilty conscience. Luo Hong just smiled and didn't say much, but she had more trust in Ming in her heart. If there was any benefit in the future, she would definitely think of her. Are you going to let me go just like that? Bing Feng's beautiful face was full of doubts. She really couldn't understand Luo Hong's actions. It was too unreal. Seeing that Bing Feng didn't escape immediately after escaping, Luo Hong knew that she was afraid. She couldn't help but smile with satisfaction and said, of course not. Although fellow Daoist Feng's opposition to Luo didn't cause any bad consequences, it's impossible for you to leave easily. Sure enough, this person must be greedy for my body. I must not let him succeed. Thinking of the palm on her bud that day, Bing Feng couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart and took 2 steps back with a trembling body. Facing a monster like Luo Hong, she could only fight to the death. Seeing the way the other party looked at the scumbag, Luo Hong knew that she must have misunderstood and hurriedly explained, Feng Dao, don't worry. Luo Hong kept you here just to ask you to help refine a magic weapon. Your Fengli ice flame is what Luo Hong really needs. Really? Aren't you afraid that I will do something small in the process of refining the treasure, causing you to suffer heavy losses? Bing Feng looked at Luo Hong suspiciously. There is no room for error when refining magic weapons. If she deliberately did something bad, Luo Hong would basically not be able to escape the fate of drawing water with a bamboo basket. Logically, the human race in front of her should not trust her so much. Luo Hong also considered this, so in order to make Feng Daoyao willingly help me, Luo Hong plans to lend you a helping hand first. When Feng Daoyao attacks Xi Palace, Luo Hong can help. I guess the reason why Feng Daoyao intervened in the feud between Luo Hong and the Pure Land sectors for this matter. Bing Feng's purpose is very easy to guess, and there is only one possibility in terms of time. Will refining your treasure harm my cultivation? Bing Feng asked carefully with some intention. It will take a little time to refine this treasure, at least 100 years, but with your body of Bing Feng, this lifespan should not be worth mentioning. In addition, Feng Daoyao has to go to a place with Luo. Although it is far away from Dajin, it is not difficult for you to come back with your escape technique. As long as this is accomplished, Luo swears by his inner demon that he will return you to freedom and even thank you. The moment Bing Feng was captured, Luo had already made plans in his mind. In the original time and space, the small G palace was not defended, and Luo Hong's help in breaking through the protective formation would not cause much impact. On the contrary, by doing this, he can not only take a ride to the Chaos Star Sea, but also let Bing Feng be a tool for 100 years, which is undoubtedly killing two birds with one stone. With the help of Feng Li Bing Iron and Lu Zhu's Ice Soul Coldness, solving the problem of the imbalance of yin and yang and Kai Kunsu will be just around the corner. Seeing Luo Hong swearing by his inner demon, Bing Feng felt relieved. After pondering for a moment, she found that she actually had no choice, so she could only sigh and nod. This human race is not too bullying. Even if he doesn't help me destroy Xi Palace, I dare not do anything small when refining treasures. After all, doing so will definitely end up with the destruction of my soul. Now that we can complete the original plan and avenge the deep hatred of the past, it is already the best result. Bing Feng silently convinced herself in her heart. Okay, then we will cooperate happily. After Luo Hong chuckled, he turned to Ying Ming and said, fellow Daoist Ying, don't be idle here. Let's go to the Pure Land Holy Mountain again. I believe that there will be no daring people who dare to rob Luo's spoils. Picking up treasures? That's interesting, then let's go. Oh, by the way, fellow Daoist Luo, remember to leave some elixirs for this mortal family. After all, they can't live for so long in vain. Luo Hong nodded when he heard this. This kind of cause and effect should be resolved, and there is nothing to say. With a flick of his sleeves, he left 2 bottles of longevity pills on the stone table, and then Luo Hong and Ying Ming turned into 2 beams of light and headed west. Although the two did not call Bing Feng, she followed them consciously. Luo Hong's punch had already been reflected in her heart, and she did not dare to have any luck now. Since Ying Ming did not take Luo Hong far away from the Pure Land Holy Mountain, a few hours later, the 3 of them were suspended above an island. After several days of changes, a piece of land centered on the Pure Land Holy Mountain has completely sunk into the sea, and islands have formed in places with higher terrain. Although the Kunpeng True Thunder on that day was unreasonably fierce, Luo Hong believed that top-level spiritual objects like the Pure World Divine Mud would most likely be preserved. One is because it has a small target, and the other is because it is hidden deep. According to Yuan's memory, Luo Hong did not waste time elsewhere, and his figure flashed and fled to the location of the original treasure house of the Pure Land sect. Not long after traveling underground, Luo Hong sensed the chaotic power of space. The treasure house of the Pure Land sect is located in a small secret realm. The chaotic space force is likely to be emitted from the entrance of this secret realm. You found it so quickly? How do you divide it? Ying Ming suddenly appeared beside Luo Hong and said, it's simple. Luo only needs a Pure World Divine Mud, and the rest can be divided equally. Luo Hong said generously. There are too few things in the human world that are useful to him now, so there is nothing to be stingy about. I don't want a bunch of useless things. I only pick the spiritual objects I like, and the rest are all given to brother Luo. Ying Ming shook her head. As a spiritual puppet, she has very few spiritual objects suitable for her in the treasure house of human cultivators. Then it's up to brother Dao. Let's go in. Luo Hong naturally agreed to such a small matter. As soon as the voice fell, the two of them escaped into the secret realm of the treasure house. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 769 Wanfo Mountain. As the top sect in Dajin, the Pure Land sect naturally has a mountain of treasures in its treasury. Unfortunately, Luo Hong did not follow the path of Buddhist cultivation, so he could not use most of the treasures. Instead, the most common spiritual stones became one of his main gains on this trip. In addition, Luo Hong also found several relics left by the Buddhist cultivators, so Xiaojin no longer has to worry. As for the main purpose of this trip, the pure world divine mud, Luo Hong found it from the most heavily guarded jade boxes without any surprise. Such a large treasury, but there is no treasure that can make my eyes shine, except the pure world divine mud. This Pure Land sect is really in decline. Because he did not encounter any unexpected surprises, Luo Hong shook his head a little greedily. Ming was also a little bored at this time. After hastily picking some spiritual materials, he left the treasury before Luo Hong. The stuff is not that great, but there are a lot of restrictions. Break them all. Luo Hong frowned and waved his palm impatiently. Suddenly, the restrictions in front of him were shattered into pieces. He broke them with one blow. Then, he moved his mind, and the treasure bag immediately rolled out a large piece of rosy light, covering the spiritual objects that lost the restrictions. After the rosy light rolled back, a space in the treasure house was immediately vacated. As Luo Hong further understood the law of power, the magical powers he could perform with his hands and feet became more and more mysterious. After repeating this several times, all the spiritual objects in the treasure house were moved into the treasure bag by Luo Hong. Finally, taking a look at the secret space that showed signs of collapse, Luo Hong fled without looking back. As soon as he came outside, he sensed two familiar auras. It's Yanjing and that Buddha cultivator who has reached the state of transformation. They came just in time. I just have some questions to ask them. After his eyes flickered twice, Luo Hong said to himself calmly, "My fellow Taoist, is Master Luo traveling with you today?" When the little monk asked Ming who had come out first, Luo Hong's voice came clearly from below. "I'm really flattered that the senior cares about me so much. I just don't know what virtue and ability I have to be valued so much by the senior." Luo Hong was very puzzled by the little monk's previous actions. If he had any ill intentions, he didn't attack him during the battle. But if he had no ill intentions, this guy had been sneaking around him before. Haha, Master Luo, you don't have to be so polite. With your magical powers, you are enough to be on equal terms with the cultivators of the state of transformation. Senior, you are embarrassing me. Seeing Luo Hong appear, the little monk couldn't help but be happy, and immediately said in a kind manner, "Master Luo, this is the only living Buddha of my Lian sect. I came here today to discuss something with you. May I ask if you can move?" Yanjing said his intention at the right time. Such an obvious thing, Luo has already guessed it. "May I ask what your Dharma name is?" No matter what the little monk had planned before, as long as it didn't come true, Luo Hong didn't want to hold on to it. "So that Master Luo knows, my Dharma name is Linkson." The little monk bowed slightly and introduced himself. "Well, since Master Linkson invited me so kindly, Luo Hong will naturally not give me face. However, there is no need for some red tape. Luo Hong has to go to the extreme north recently, and time is relatively tight. After all, Luo Hong destroyed a top Buddhist sect and wiped out countless Buddhist practitioners. It is hard to guarantee that other Buddhist and Taoist sects will not have any objections. In addition, he did not have a second set of three tribulation thunder formation, so he naturally did not want to run to the territory of Buddhism again. "I see. Then please invite Master Luo to come in and have a chat." The little monk seemed to have expected this. He flipped his palm and took out a golden transparent sphere. Then he shook his wrist, and it was raised into the air, turning into a circle of golden vortex. "Please." The little monk motioned Luo Hong to go first. "A magic weapon similar to the portable Jade Palace? It is indeed not a threat to me. It seems that this Linkson came prepared. Luo Hong thought secretly in his heart. The cave magic weapon refined with the fragment space, even if it is full of restrictions inside, can't stop Luo Hong with the black wind flag in his hand. The little monk was so sure that Luo Hong would be willing to go in because he saw this point. This also shows that the little monk must have carefully investigated it in the past few days. Because of this, there is a high probability that there is no ambush in this cave magic weapon. After all, no one will do useless work. With a change of mind, Luo Hong has thought it through and immediately turned into a beam of light and drilled into the golden vortex. Ying Ming and Bing Feng, who were standing by, wanted to follow in, but were stopped by the little monk. Feng, what I want to discuss with Luo Shizu is a secret of our sect. You are the master of Bingyuan Island. It is not convenient for us to go in together. Humph, your Lion sect and my Bingyuan Island have nothing to do with each other. I'm too lazy to explore your secrets. As long as you can convince Luo Hong, it will be fine. Although she did not dare to leave without permission, Bing Feng did not want to stay with Luo Hong. Ling Xian did not let her in, which was exactly what she wanted. Hearing this, the little monk nodded to Bing Feng with satisfaction, and then looked at Ying Ming. What he said just now was said to both Bing Feng and Ying Ming, but Ying Ming obviously had a deeper relationship with Luo Hong, so it was not good to be too straightforward. Although Ying Ming did not understand these twists and turns, she was not interested in them anyway, so she did not say much at this time. Junior brother Yanjing, you stay here with the two donors, I can go in alone. After saying that, the little monk also disappeared into the golden vortex. The moment his body sank into it, the golden vortex suddenly shrank and turned back into a transparent sphere, quietly floating in the air. On the other side, after Luo Hong disappeared into the golden vortex, a mountain of 10,000 Buddhas that seemed to be carved out of ivory suddenly appeared in front of him, which was very spectacular. Donor Luo, this mountain is a humble work of this poor monk. I wonder if it is worthy of your opinion. Seeing that Luo Hong knew the goods, the little monk wanted to hear his evaluation. The spiritual material used for this sacred mountain is the rare spiritual white stone in the world. Before, Luo had only seen fist-sized ones at most. I didn't expect that the master could find a whole piece of it that was 100 feet high. It is really a great blessing. Luo Hong sighed sincerely. Haha, it seems that Master Luo must be very proficient in the art of refining, otherwise, you would not be able to recognize the almost unused spiritual material, the spiritual white stone, at a glance. This cave of this poor monk has not been carefully decorated, so I can only invite Master Luo to sit in the stone pavilion. After a light laugh, the little monk took Luo Hong to a stone pavilion at the foot of Wanfo Mountain, and placed a pot of spiritual tea. It doesn't matter. Being able to sit and discuss with a figure like the master, even a thatched house is worth a fairy palace. However, the atmosphere of this spiritual mountain is so strange. I think what the master wants to talk about today must be related to it. Chapter 770 The Secret of the Lion Sect. Master Luo guessed correctly. This Wanfo Mountain is the biggest secret of our sect and the key to today's discussion. However, before I go into detail, I have to apologize to Master Luo. Master Ying Ming and Bing Feng were stopped outside by me. Linkson originally planned to discuss this matter with Luo Hong, but he didn't expect the other party to be so skilled and bold, which made him miss the opportunity to speak. Since it involves the biggest secret of your sect, Master Linkson is understandable to be so cautious. Luo will naturally not blame him. Luo Hong had already used his spiritual sense to confirm that there was no ambush in this cave, so he seemed easy to talk to. That's good, then I will speak frankly next. Today, I came here to ask Master Luo for 3 divine relics. Linkson's childlike face suddenly became serious, and he looked at Luo Hong with a very serious expression. So it's for this. Indeed, now only Luo is willing to give it up. Luo Hong was not too surprised to hear this. He had been guessing Ling Xian's intention just now, and the incarnation relic was one of the main guesses in his mind. After all, Lion sect is a more famous Buddhist sect than Pure Land sect. What Pure Land sect has, Lion sect will have more. However, due to the Buddhist cultivation system, relics have always been a scarce resource, not to mention the incarnation relic. Although Lion sect has produced dozens of incarnation Buddhist practitioners from ancient times to the present, not every one of them will pass away in the human world, and most of them have ascended to the spiritual world. Therefore, only a small number of incarnation relics have been passed down. If others intend to snatch food from Xiaojin's mouth, Luo Hong will leave in anger, even if he does not turn hostile immediately. However, Ling Xian and his men could have entered the Pure Land sect's treasure house and taken the incarnation relic while he was healing, but they did not do so. This undoubtedly gave Luo Hong enough face, which made him want to continue the conversation. Although I have plans for these divine relics, I'm not incapable of giving them up. I just wonder what the master wants to exchange for them. If Xiaojin loses 3 divine relics, it will certainly delay her speed of refining the North Pole Yuangan, but if the conditions are right, Luo Hong will accept it. Of course, although this sounds easy, there are very few people in the human world who can offer conditions that Luo Hong thinks are suitable. Good at fighting, 3 divine relics can be exchanged for 3 places. Ling Xian stretched out 3 short fingers and said, 3 places? Luo Hong frowned slightly, stared at Ling Xian in confusion and pondered. Yes, 3 places to ascend to the spirit world. Ling Xian suddenly said something shocking. What? Master has a way to ascend to the spirit world? Luo Hong said in shock and doubt. I don't have it, but it does. Ling Xian shook his head and pointed to the Wanfo mountain road not far away. Can this spiritual mountain help cultivators like us ascend to the spiritual world? Luo Hong was even more surprised. He really didn't realize that Wanfo mountain had such magical powers. But soon, he remembered the physical properties of the spiritual white stone, and combined with the strange aura emitted by Wanfo mountain, he suddenly understood something. Luo Hong knew about the spiritual white stone, mainly because this spiritual material was used to refine the Wanli talisman. Its physical properties are very similar to the Wanli talisman, and it can establish a connection with another spiritual white stone of the same frequency regardless of distance. Since the spiritual energy inside the unrefined spiritual white stone often fluctuates, this connection is intermittent. Only after being refined uniformly by someone can a stable connection be established. From the physical properties of the spiritual white stone, Luo Hong immediately inferred that Ling Xian had already established contact with the Buddhist sect in the spiritual world, otherwise he would not have said so confidently. The reason why Luo Hong felt that the aura of Wanfo mountain was strange was because the aura of this mountain was very complicated, which was completely different from the pure single aura of normal magic weapons. Behind this complexity, it was the relics. Although Luo Hong didn't understand the ins and outs of it, it was not difficult for him to guess that Ling Xian was going to use his willpower to open a passage to the spirit world, otherwise there wouldn't be so many relics gathered in a spiritual mountain. Master, are you sure you can do this with the help of your willpower? Master Luo had seen the reverse spirit passage opened by Ling Xian. According to the data he recorded, it would be a fool's dream for Wanfo mountain to reach that level of spirit level. Impossible. It seems that Master Luo has already come into contact with some methods of ascension and knows the difficulty. The little monk nodded. What he feared most was that Luo Hong was arrogant and didn't know how difficult it was to ascend, so he refused to cooperate with him. But obviously, his worry was unnecessary. Although the willpower is an almost omnipotent power, it is impossible to open a portal to the spirit world for nothing. In fact, even if Wanfo mountain is finally refined, it can only offset the barrier power of the human world. The key is the Great Lion sect in the spirit world. At this point, Ling Xian told Luo Hong the entire ascension plan in detail. Initially, after Ling Xian got such a large piece of spiritual white stone, he actually didn't think of its current use, but just kept it in his private collection. Although the Wanli talisman is easy to use, except for the spiritual white stone, the rest of the materials are difficult to obtain. Therefore, Ling Xian has never used this super large spiritual white stone. Then, by chance 100 years later, this spiritual stone mountain achieved the same frequency as the spiritual pagoda of the Great Lion sect in the spiritual world due to its own changes. This is equivalent to the two quantum signal base stations being connected. Although it is only an information connection and cannot be used for material transmission, it makes it possible to ascend without using space nodes. From the name of the sect, it can be seen that the Lion sect has a deep relationship with the Great Lion sect. So after getting in touch, the Great Lion sect was very happy to provide help to Linkson. With the help of the mysterious connection between the spiritual white stones, the monks of the Great Lion sect created a method that can condense the boundary gate on the stone mountain. Theoretically, as long as both sides exert force at the same time to offset the resistance of the boundary wall between the spiritual world and the human world, then when the monk enters the boundary gate on the stone mountain, he can walk out of the boundary gate on the other side of the spiritual world stone tower. To do all this, a huge amount of willpower is needed. Linkson has been secretly preparing this plan for hundreds of years. The spiritual world has already been ready, but he is stuck at the last step because of the lack of relics, that is, the container for storing willpower. Master Luo, as long as you are willing to give me 3 incarnation relics, Wanfo Mountain can be completely refined within 60 years. After I go to the spiritual world, you only need to wait another 500 years, and the willpower consumed by me to ascend can be replenished, and you can ascend to the spiritual world at that time. I believe that with Master Luo's lifespan, I can definitely wait for a mere 500 years. The little monk said with a scorching gaze. Chapter 771, Price and Calculation. It will be built within 60 years, and it will ascend stably after 500 years, and it can be reused. Linkson undoubtedly painted a very beautiful prospect for Luo Hong, as if all this would be within his reach, as long as he was willing to invest. However, Luo Hong felt that the other party was not reliable. After all, the feasibility of ascending to Wanfo Mountain had not been verified. All of this was based on a method passed down by the spiritual world, and it might not necessarily succeed. Linkson himself should also be aware of the risks, so he did not expect others to be the first to try it, but chose to do it himself. He would be so desperate, probably because his lifespan was not much left. In addition, to be honest, compared to finding a space node like looking for a needle in a haystack, ascending through the traditional space channel, Linkson's way is more attractive, even now that it has not been verified. Therefore, people who usually keep silent are the easiest to make big news. Don't look at the old ghost and Huleomo who are having fun. Linkson always stays in Lion sect, but if the Wanfo Mountain he created is announced, I'm afraid it will turn the whole human world upside down. After all, this is a reusable method of ascension. It is for this reason that Linkson carefully hides this secret. If Luo Hong did not have the important raw materials and he himself had enough deterrence, there would be no talk in the pavilion today. From a cautious point of view, Luo Hong has not made any breakthrough progress in the Feekson Stone, so it is natural to provide help to Linkson and leave a way out for ascension. Moreover, the biggest risk was taken by Linkson. He should not have any hesitation at this time, and at most he should take the opportunity to bargain. But Luo Hong's expression quickly calmed down at this time, and suddenly changed the topic. Although it is a bit inappropriate, Luo still has something to ask the master. Master Luo, just say it. As long as I know it, I will tell you everything I know. The little monk was obviously very surprised by Luo Hong's abnormal attitude. After a moment of surprise, he calmed down and said, well, not long after I left your clan's territory, I vaguely sensed someone was secretly watching me. Later, although this feeling of watching disappeared for a while, the master and Zen master Yanjing appeared near the Pure and Holy Mountain. If what I guessed is correct, the one who watched me before should be the master. You know, when I left your clan's territory, I was just an ordinary late-stage nascent soul cultivator, and this level would not allow a figure like the master to come out. Unless, Luo has something that the master is extremely interested in. Haha, Luo is very curious about this. Please help me, master. The basis of cooperation is mutual trust. If Ling Xian can't explain this problem clearly, Luo Hong will never agree to his request. Because he can't help someone who may be secretly plotting against him. But, so Master Luo is holding a grudge. Ling Xian understood what Luo Hong meant when he heard it, but instead of showing any nervousness, he smiled and relaxed as he continued. This matter ultimately stems from a misunderstanding. Master Luo, do you still remember what happened in the Rakshasa Ghost mansion back then? Of course I haven't forgotten that. Luo Hong knew, as soon as he heard it, that Ling Xian must be the one who was targeted by Yanjing after he left the Rakshasa Ghost mansion. After junior brother Yanjing came out of the ghost house, he came to Dongshan to see me because he was concerned about the people of Xianan. He wanted to ask me to come out of the mountain to eliminate the evil. Although it was later proved to be a false alarm, I got to know Master Luo from junior brother Yanjing's description and learned some of Master Luo's magical powers. Because of the extremely strong will of all living beings in Master Luo, junior brother Yanjing thought that you were the reincarnation of Buddha, but many elders of Lian sect did not know that there were tricks to obtain willpower in this world. Compared with the illusory and limited to the legendary reincarnation of Buddha, I believed in the latter more at that time. After listening to Linxen's narration, Luo Hong immediately understood the consequences. Obviously, Linxen had regarded him as a person like the Pure Land sect Buddhist cultivator who would do anything to obtain willpower. And the large amount of willpower of all living beings in his body was the material necessary for Linxen to refine Wanfo Mountain. So Linxen came out of the mountain this time to take him in as an evil cultivator. As a result, after Linxen followed Luo Jincheng, he found that Luo Hong had actually had a conflict with the Pure Land sect. His original speculation was shaken, so he decided to delay and wait and see. Needless to say, what happened later, since he could now say the word misunderstanding, he must have completely changed his mind. While Luo Hong was speculating, Linxen's subsequent narration also proved it, which completely solved his doubts. The master did misunderstand this matter. The sentient being's wish power on Luo's body was not obtained intentionally, but because a set of low-level talismans created by Luo accidentally matched the process of obtaining wish power, it accumulated on Luo. Those low-level talismans were used by countless monks in Xianan, which led to a large amount of wish power gathering on Luo's body. And each one before the gathering was very weak, and it would not have any impact on those monks, and basically they could recover after a sleep. Linxen solved his doubts, and Luo Hong didn't mind letting him have one less thought. So that's how it is. I wonder if those special talismans were still being refined before Master Luo left Xianan. Ling Xian nodded in a state of realization, and suddenly, as if he remembered something serious, he said with a serious expression, I only refined a batch of those talismans. I believe that, even if there are some left, the number of them left now will not be many. What, is there any hidden danger in obtaining a large amount of wish power? Luo Hong was very keenly aware of Ling Xian's emotional changes, and immediately asked back. But, Master Luo is really blessed. Although the wish power of sentient beings has many wonderful uses, using them is not without cost. Master Luo has never practiced Buddhist skills. If too much wish power is accumulated on his body, it is really a disaster, rather than a blessing. After Ling Xian breathed a sigh of relief, he told Luo Hong some secrets about wish power. Just like the accumulation of too much evil spirit, if the wish power is accumulated to a certain extent, it will also lead to some fatal changes. Although the backlash of the power of will is not as severe as the evil spirit, which can take a person's life directly, it is more difficult to deal with. At the least, it will hinder the practice of the cultivator and deepen the bottleneck. At the worst, it will bring disaster and turn into karma, ruining people's fortune. Since the power of will is only a rare power in the Buddhist practice system, and the Buddhist practice itself has the function of eliminating the backlash of the power of will, the harm of the backlash of the power of will is known only to a small number of Yuanying monks in Buddhism. After all, this is useless knowledge for most Buddhist practitioners. Sure enough, there is no free lunch in the world, and the yin yang dao is true to me. Luo Hong sighed in his heart, and was very glad that he decided to give the power of will to the 8th spirit ruler that day. Master Luo, once the power of will is used, it will be transformed into karma. If you didn't know it before, and used it by mistake, it's better to practice a Buddhist Kingsin mantra to eliminate the influence of karma. Ling Xian reminded with good intentions. Thank you for your advice, Master. However, I have never used my willpower on myself, so I don't need to go through so much trouble. According to the willpower rules, once a cultivator uses his willpower, the beneficiary will be eroded by an equal amount of karma. Luo Hong had only used it once before, when he sealed the Lord of Rakshasa mansion. Moreover, according to the laws of heaven, this part of karma will be borne by all the creatures in Cheyenne, because once the Lord of Rakshasa mansion is born, the creatures in Cheyenne will surely suffer. It is hard to deceive the will of heaven. Luo Hong had no selfish thoughts at that time, so this amount of karma could not be counted on him, and it was equivalent to nothing after the distribution. The 8-spirit ruler eliminated all the hidden dangers, and Luo Hong could not help but secretly rejoice in his own wisdom. However, his joy only lasted for a moment, and he suddenly discovered a problem, and immediately frowned and said, "Master, if that's the case, using a large amount of willpower to ascend to the spirit world, wouldn't it be inevitable to bear the backlash? This thing is actually for personal use, and the karma generated must be counted on the ascender." Lord Luo has extraordinary comprehension, and has grasped the key point at once. Yes, the method of ascension that I prepared does have this flaw. Ling Xian did not choose to hide it, but admitted it generously. Then he said, "But Lord Luo, don't think it is too terrible. After reaching the spiritual world, we will naturally be able to practice more advanced Buddhist skills. Although it is not easy to eliminate these karmas, it is not impossible. Compared with the benefits of ascension, I think this price is completely worth paying. Good guy, it's really like this. This is not the end." Luo Hong felt bitter in his heart. His family knows his own affairs. The 4 words deep blessing have nothing to do with him. It seems that Zhangzhi and others can practice to the state of transformation in the human world today, not only because of their own extraordinary qualifications, but also because of their own blessings. So even if they bear a lot of karma, they can withstand it. But if it were Luo Hong, I'm afraid that he would be hated by heaven and earth as soon as he ascended to the spiritual world. This is a dead end for him. At the same time, Luo Hong also understood why the Great Lion sect in the spirit realm was so helpful. My goodness, as long as he successfully ascends there, he must become a monk. The Great Lion temple is close to the water tower, so how can it not be positive? The chance of an ascended monk breaking through to the realm of refining emptiness is much higher than that of a local monk in the spirit realm. Just for the sake of the happiness of his senior sisters, Luo Hong must find his own way. Thinking of this, Luo Hong couldn't help but think that Ling Xian had a greater chance of success. In this way, the transaction of exchanging 3 divine relics for 3 ascension quotas is worth doing. Even if he doesn't use it himself, he can find an opportunity to sell it, or leave it to Huangfeng Valley. Anyway, he will definitely not lose money. Since the master treats me with such sincerity, then Luo Mao will trust the master once. These are 3 divine relics. In addition, please deal with these sundries for Luo Mao, and it would be best if they were all replaced with spirit stones. Chapter 772, Isabas Island. A few months later, in the Jian Qichangxiao Hall of Wang Jianmen, the giant and armor protectors of the sect gathered together for a rare occasion. Ancestor, what did sect leader Ziling do wrong? Why did you expel her from our sect? Yes, sect leader Ziling has been fulfilling her duties and making great contributions in the past 10 years. How can you suddenly remove her position as sect leader? Please have mercy, ancestor. Looking at the giant and armor protectors in the hall pleading for Ziling, Luo Hong felt depressed. These perverts, they were all bewitched. After returning to Guangnan Prefecture from Zilingzhou, Luo Hong stayed in Wangjianmen for a while and deliberately let the surrounding immortal cultivation forces know about the existence of such a ruthless person. Seeing that the 10-year period was approaching, he was ready to officially let Wangjianmen go and solve the matter of Ziling. But unexpectedly, when he announced that he was going to retreat to impact the spirit transformation, none of these giant and armor protectors reacted much. On the contrary, when he said that Ziling was going to resign as the head of the sect and resume his status as a casual cultivator, these guys jumped out to sing a different tune from him. They were really so bold. Although Luo Hong knew that they were also under the spell of charm and could not help themselves, he would not indulge them. Shut up. With a cold snort, Luo Hong secretly used the power of heaven and earth, causing all the giant and guardians in the hall to kneel on the ground in an instant. Stimulated by Luo Hong's terrifying spiritual pressure, these people immediately broke out in cold sweats, secretly wondering why they suddenly lost their minds, and dared to question the decision of Luo Leozu. Listen to me, Ziling has no intention of staying in our sect for a long time. Everyone has their own ambitions, so no one should say too much. After she leaves, the position of the head of the sect will be vacant for the time being, and the affairs of the sect will be decided by Wang and the other two Dharma protectors. Remember, after this retreat, Luo will not come out easily again. You must not cause trouble outside, and train the disciples of the sect well. But if someone takes the initiative to come to our sect to cause trouble, you don't have to be afraid. Go to Ziling's house and ask for help from the monks of Lian sect. Luo has made arrangements in advance, and they will definitely help. As for the position of the head of the sect, after 100 years, there will be a sword fighting competition in the sect, and the winner will get the position, but remember to stop at the point. Do you understand? Luo Hong said with a stern face, showing the majesty of an old ancestor. Yes, the younger generation will obey the order of the ancestor. Seeing that Luo Hong was already angry, none of these Chindan Dharma protectors dared to have any opinions, and they immediately responded, well, leave now. Luo Hong waved his hand lightly, and a soft breeze suddenly blew out, lifting up these Chindan guardians, and sending them all out of the hall. Haha, brother Luo is so impressive. In order to make Wang Jianmen gain a firm foothold in Dajin, he actually went to destroy a top Buddhist sect in person, and brought back a beautiful sister along the way. Alas, if I could control my natural body, I would really like to settle down in Wang Jianmen, so as to avoid being displaced in the future. After the trip to Ziling's house, Luo Hong's reputation was resounding throughout Dajin. After all, the Pure Land sect was an ancient sect that could be compared with the 10 major sects of the righteous way. Luo Hong was able to wipe it out with his own strength, which was naturally enough to deter all the villains. And Wang Jianmen also transformed from a grassroots team that could be destroyed at any time, and had the possibility of developing into a top sect. Just from the endless stream of people who came to Guangnan Prefecture and wanted to join Wang Jianmen, we can get a glimpse of its bright future. Therefore, what Ziling said now was from the heart. Bing Feng, who was standing by, was annoyed when she saw that a female cultivator of the Chindan stage dared to tease her, but she could see that this woman had a close relationship with Luo Hong, so she could only endure it. Miss Ziling has such talent that many people will envy her. Don't pretend to be pitiful here. Isn't the thank you gift given by Luo Hong generous enough? Luo Hong did not treat Ziling badly this time. The pension was quite generous. I thought brother Luo had come back with a beautiful sister this time, and he had opened his mind. I didn't expect that he still didn't know what it meant to be kind and gentle. Well, Ziling will leave now. Brother Luo, see you again, if we are lucky. After rolling her eyes at Luo Hong, Ziling bowed and said goodbye in a very free and easy manner. As soon as she finished speaking, she fled out of the hall. Watching Ziling leave, Luo Hong did not feel disappointed. Although he admired Ziling's appearance, he had never had any evil thoughts in his heart. On the contrary, this girl seemed to be seduced by him. In order not to cause trouble, Luo Hong just pretended not to understand the situation. Feng Dao, Luo's affairs have been arranged. Please lead the way. We will set off to Bingyuan Island immediately. After attracting his gaze, Luo Hong's expression became serious, and he said seriously, Bingyuan Island is located in a sea area that is frozen all year round in the extreme north of Dajin. Compared with the boundless sea, this ice sea is much smaller in area, but it is extremely lively and there are many ice-attributed monsters. The peninsula across the sea from Bingyuan Island in the Ice Sea is the territory of Xianaji Palace, and its name is Beaming Peninsula. Since the cold marrow produced in Xianaji Palace is the best life-saving thing for monsters, when they experience the thunder tribulation of transformation, the Ice Sea monsters have been in constant conflict with Xianaji Palace since ancient times. In the past, the main force of each beast tide was the 7th level monsters stuck before transformation, but this upcoming time, because of the relationship with the space node, is very different. Not only did Bingfeng, the master of the Ice Sea, intend to lead his group of transformed demon cultivators to fight in person, he also invited demon cultivators from the 10,000 Demon Valley as external aid. However, unlike the original time and space, the incarnation of Shelao Yao, who was supposed to attack Xiaoji Palace together, did not come this time. He only sent King Bai Kanglang and a group of transformed demon cultivators. This change was naturally due to Luo Hong. Before leaving Nanjiang, Luo Hong asked Xiangzili to send the information about the space nodes to Wanyao Valley, so that Shelao Yao got more space node information than in the original time and space. This old demon has little life left, so naturally he has to find out other space nodes that are more suitable for sneaking. Xiaoji Palace is a top-level cultivation force in Dajin that is not inferior to the 10 major sects of the righteous and the evil. The Master Hanli in the sect is at the peak of the late nascent soul stage, and the cultivation of its palace master is slightly weaker, but he is also a late-stage great cultivator. Without the incarnation of Shelao Yao, in a 2-on-2 situation, it is still the opponent's home court, and Bingfeng has no confidence in winning. Therefore, she chose to collude with BXIU and try to get another strong ally. Although the process was a bit tortuous, she still achieved her goal. At this time, there were many transformed demon cultivators on Bingguan Island, making this largest island in the Ice Sea seem a bit crowded. These transformed demon cultivators were not harmonious with each other. Under the suppression of the Blue Wolf, they were clearly divided into 2 groups. One group was the local transformed demon cultivators in the Ice Sea, with more than 20 of them. Almost all of them had white hair and armor, fierce faces, and naked upper bodies. Putting aside the inhuman parts of them, this group of transformed demon cultivators looked like human barbarians living in this land of ice and snow. The other group of demon cultivators were all dressed neatly, and their behavior was no different from that of human cultivators. The number was twice that of the local demon cultivators in the Ice Sea. Obviously, they were the demon cultivators from the 10,000 Demon Valley in the inland of Dajin. Fuck him. This damn place has nothing to eat except for those wild monsters across the street. How long are we going to stay here? In a temporary cave, a monster with a bull's head and a human body said with a depressed look on his face, while chewing an ice spirit fruit. From time to time, he would hit his head with the cold air in the ice spirit fruit, but he still ate one by one. Chapter 773 The War Begins. Ice spirit fruit is a specialty of the north. It is not only delicious and sweet, but also contains pure cold spiritual power. If a demon who practices cold attributed exercises swallows it frequently, it will be beneficial to his cultivation. Because of this, the bull-headed demon cultivator complained, while consuming this spiritual fruit, that looked like white grapes one by one, regardless of the erosion of the cold spiritual power. The Valley Master ordered us to come out in full force this time. I believe that the Xiaoji Palace is not a weak force. It would be good for the Deputy Valley Master and his men to make more preparations. Brother NIU, please be patient. A demon cultivator with dark green scales all over his head and face, who could not be identified as what species, patted the bull-headed demon cultivator on the shoulder and said, "Prepare for nothing. If it were you, it must be those barbaric monsters who are holding us back. The Lord of the Ice Sea hasn't shown up for several years." That's right. That's right. I don't know why the Valley Master has to cooperate with these barbaric monsters. I heard that there are many treasures in the Xiaoji Palace. Wouldn't it be nice if we could take all of them? After being trapped in this icy and snowy place for a long time, the monster cultivators in the 10,000 Monster Valley were not in a good mood. As soon as someone started to complain, they started to complain. At this moment, a barely perceptible horn sounded into the cave, causing the noisy monsters to shut up. For a moment, the cave became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The next moment, the monsters almost all rolled out the monster wind, or turned into a light, and flew out of the cave, heading for a solitary peak on the Ice Abyss Island. The speed of the transformed monster cultivators was extremely fast. Soon, the monsters appeared on the top of the solitary peak. The bull-headed monster cultivator took a glance, and saw the old man in a black robe holding the horn. Seeing that it was the Deputy Valley Master who summoned them, the bull-headed demon cultivator and the other demons could not help but restrain their posture. But when their eyes moved to the barbarian demons opposite, they could not help but show fierceness in their eyes, and murderous intent was rising. Human cultivators. These barbarian demons actually brought 3 human cultivators here. Are they crazy? Exclamation mark. The demon cultivators in the 10,000 Demon Valley could not help but have the same thought at this moment. Then, they all cast their eyes on the old man in the black robe in front of them, as if as long as he gave an order, they would rush up and tear the 3 human and barbarian demons to pieces. However, the words that the old man in the black robe said next made them very disappointed. Fellow Daoist Luo, we meet again. The Valley Master is very satisfied with the information you sent. The restriction on the 10,000 Demon Order has been reactivated by the Valley Master. From now on, even if it is the transformed demon cultivators in this valley, fellow Daoist Luo can restrain them a little. What the hell? 10,000 Demon Order. How could this human race have the 10,000 Demon Order? The demon cultivators in the 10,000 Demon Valley opened their eyes wide upon hearing this, and looked at the young man in front of them in disbelief. Really? Then Luo, I have to give it a try. The guy with the ox head over there, learn to bark like a dog. The young man was naturally Luo Hong, who came here with Bingfeng. After hearing this, he immediately raised his eyebrows and took out the Deputy Valley Master token that Shalao gave him that day. He urged his magic power slightly and then ordered. The bull-headed demon cultivator felt insulted and was about to scold Luo Hong, but the restriction in his body suddenly broke out. The great terror between life and death made him understand the situation at once, and then he could only bark wan twice in frustration. Seeing this, the demons in the 10,000 Demon Valley knew that the 10,000 demon token in Luo Hong's hand was real. The other party could easily kill any of them with just a thought. Oh my god, the Valley Master actually gave the 10,000 demon token to a human. This is really a mouse being a bridesmaid for a cat. It's all crazy. Puzzles, anger, fear and other emotions surged in the hearts of the monsters, but they dared not show any of them. They all lowered their heads, fearing that they would also be targeted by Luo Hong. Luo Hong was not surprised by the effect of the 10,000 monsters order in controlling the life and death of the monsters. Monster cultivators are free by nature. Without some strong control methods, Shalao would not have been able to build the 10,000 monsters valley. Luo Hong only wanted to have fun with this 10,000 monsters order. A group of unwilling 8th and 9th level monster cultivators were of little value to him. Shalao must have understood this, so the token itself was not important. What was important was the goodwill conveyed by Shalao. This old monster probably got some information from Xiang Laogi and knew that the Feexen Stone was in his hands. To be honest, if the Feexen Stone project was successful, Luo Hong would take people to ascend, and Shalao's quota would only be lower than Xiang's Li. After all, the human race and the monster race in the spirit world were in a state of cooperation and coexistence, and Shalao's identity as a monster would bring him a lot of convenience. Thinking of this, Luo Hong did not go too far at the moment, and put away the 10,000 demons order with a thought. The old man in black robe transformed by the blue wolf was relieved when he saw Luo Hong was willing to give him face. He knew that he was no match for Luo Hong. Master Feng, I have never heard you say that you knew Brother Luo before. With his help, Xiaoji Palace is doomed this time. Good guy, worthy of being a wolf demon. He licked me as soon as I gave him some face. Brother King, don't be too happy too soon. Although Luo agreed to help Brother Feng attack Xiaoji Palace this time, it is only within the scope of breaking the protective formation and dealing with Master Hanli. Luo will not take care of the rest. When Luo Hong first arrived at Bingguan Island, he found that, although Shalao did not send an incarnation this time, the number of transformed demon cultivators he sent was 3 or 4 times more than that of the original time and space. With the two offsetting each other, the strength is not much different. Therefore, he was content to just do nothing. Although the protective formation of Xiaoji Palace was also extraordinary, there were so many low-level monsters in the Ice Sea in the 10,000 Monster Valley that Xiaoji Palace could not fight a war of attrition. It was only a matter of time before it was breached. Luo Hong would only need to give it a little push. As for the great elder of Xyanagy Palace, Master Hanley, although this old monster was only half a step away from becoming a god and had extremely powerful magical powers, he would soon die in the hands of Han Leono, and there was no need for Luo Hong to deal with him. In other words, these two tasks that sounded very stressful could actually be completed by Luo Hong just by going through the motions. But it was obvious that Bing Feng and King Bai Kanglang did not know this, and they only felt that Luo Hong was very sincere. It is enough for fellow Daoist Luo to be able to do this, and leave the rest to us. What do you think of Master Feng Dao? The old man in the black robe nodded and looked at Bing Feng. Before ascending to heaven, the Ice Soul Fairy used her great magical power to freeze the Ice Abyss Island for 100 years, forcing us to avoid the cultivators of the Little G Palace, and even the treasures in Haybell was taken away. This time, finding the space node is secondary. What I care about is to avenge this deep hatred. If I can really destroy the Little G Palace, I will do my best, and remember the help you two have today. Bing Feng saw that Luo Hong took the initiative to take on the strongest enemy, so she thought he was serious. The dissatisfaction of being forced to help refine treasures was immediately dissipated. She expressed her attitude in a subtle way. Haha, Master Feng, you are too serious. We are mutually beneficial and there is no favor. The old man in the black robe chuckled and swept his eyes between Bing Feng and Luo Hong's faces, obviously realizing something. However, how could an old demon like him not understand the principle of seeing through but not saying it? So he pretended to be confused at the moment. After Luo Hong and the two demons decided on the date for departure, the demons dispersed to prepare for the expedition. Luo Hong and the other two immediately became the only idle beings on the island. Lu Zhu, who had already broken through the early stage of Jianden, looked at the retreating demon cultivators and felt a chill in her heart. Each of the demon cultivators who had just gathered here had the strength to devour her alive. Being surrounded by them, even with Luo Hong by her side, she could not help but feel very uneasy. Master, these demon cultivators are too vicious. Why should we help them? At this time, Bing Feng was not around, and Lu Zhu finally asked the question that had been weighing on her mind since she came out of retreat. Master did not help them, but just planned to watch from the sidelines. You will understand soon. The destruction of Xyanagy Palace was a foregone conclusion with or without him, and Luo Hong had no motivation to change this result. Not adding insult to injury, but just taking some of Xyanagy Palace's specialties, this was already considered a noble morality. But, humans and demons cannot coexist. Shouldn't we help Xyanagy Palace? Lu Zhu frowned, feeling that his worldview was challenged. How could you have such an idea? Humans and demons cannot coexist, but can people live in harmony? They are still killing each other. Xyanagy Palace is in trouble today because of the fruit planted by the Ice Soul Fairy in the past, which has been nourished by the cultivators of Xyanagy Palace with tens of thousands of years of killing. To put it bluntly, the cultivators of Xyanagy Palace have been taking advantage of the Ice Sea Demon clan, making them unbearable, so these scattered demon cultivators will rise up in rebellion. When eating meat, the people of Xyanagy Palace didn't think about others, and now they are being beaten, so they should be honest. Disciple, you still need more experience. Luo Hong suddenly realized that he seemed to have protected Lu Zhu too well, which made her have such naive thoughts. Although you can't be a person who doesn't get up early without benefits, you can't be a sucker. Even so, Luo Hong still couldn't let go before the problem of Kyank and Pearl was solved, and could only ask her senior sister to take care of her more in the future. A few days later, in the Xyanagy Palace in the center of Beaming Peninsula, the news of the monster invasion was known to everyone. The palace was now in a murderous state, and everyone was urgently preparing for war. Before that, 100 Jianden guardians had been sent to the restricted area of 100,000 miles around Bingcheng, and now even the Yuanying elders in the palace had received their respective tasks. Junior Sister Bei, the monster attack this time is different from the past. It is not the Ice Sea Monster clan, but they have teamed up with the monster cultivators of Wanyao Valley. The situation is not optimistic. I wonder where Junior Sister has been arranged by the palace master? In Baining Pavilion, Renbi said to a beautiful woman in white with a sad face. The palace master arranged for me to guard the Void Spirit Hall, which is a relatively safe position. Senior brother N, you just came back from the palace master. Have you heard about the news of the Great Elder? When will he and brother Han come out of retreat? The woman in white was Bai Yaoie, who had worked together with Han Laomo in Kunwu Mountain. She was also frowning at this moment, feeling worried about the upcoming war. The main reason was that the demon cultivators came at an unfortunate time, just when their great elder went into retreat in Zuanai Cave. How could they feel at ease without such a top-level combat force? That's great. I have also received the task of guarding the Void Spirit Hall. If junior sister Bai encounters a strong enemy in the future, please remember to notify me. Renbi looked at Bai Yaoie with burning eyes. Even a 3-year-old child knew what he was thinking, but he could do nothing. If it weren't for the danger of exterminating the family, Renbi couldn't even enter the door of Baining Pavilion. But thinking of the situation he had just asked about, the joy on Renbi's face disappeared in an instant. The palace master said that he had sent people to the Zuanai cave to report the news, but there was no response from the cave. I think the Great Elder is at a critical moment in his cultivation, and will not be able to come out in a short time. Alas, this time is really bad luck. Bai Yaoie heard this and sighed. At this moment, an astonishingly huge spiritual pressure suddenly rose to the sky and immediately spread rapidly around, sweeping across the Baining Pavilion where the two were in an instant. At the same time, a sound like a dragon's roar and a whistling bell clearly reached their ears. It's the Zenhei bell. The palace master has rung the Zenhei bell. Renbi stood up and shouted solemnly. Once the Zenhei bell rings, it means that the war has officially begun. Senior brother Ren, quickly go to the Zuling Hall with me to guard it. According to their palace master's plan, when the Zenhei bell rings, all the 100 giant and guardians hidden in the Ice City's restrictions will attack at the same time and do their best to eliminate the low-level monsters that fainted and fell to the ground because of the bell, and do their best to reduce their number. Since the Zenhei bell cannot work on monsters with cultivation levels above the transformation level, these giant and guardians basically cannot come back. But their sacrifice can greatly reduce the huge number of low-level monsters and the pressure on the cultivators of Xianaji Palace. After the success of the first phase of the battle plan, the 100,000-mile forbidden plain outside the Ice City will be completely abandoned. All the cultivators of Xianaji Palace will retreat to the Ice City and continue to resist with the protective formation. When the protective formation is lost, the real core of Xianaji Palace, the Zuling Palace in the Hanli Secret Realm, will be the last line of defense for the cultivators of Xianaji Palace. The Palace Master of Xianaji Palace knows that the Zuling Palace is the foundation of Xianaji Palace, so she did not invest too much power in the second line of defense of the Ice City. It is only a matter of time before it is broken by monsters. Bai Yaoie, as an elder of the Inner Palace, also knows this, so when she heard the bell, she immediately went to the Zuling Palace. Junior sister Bai, don't worry. The protective formation was set up by senior brother Luo himself. He is a master of formations. Even if there are only a few elders from the outer palace in charge of this formation, it can hold out for some time. Think about whether there are any omissions. The battle will probably last for a long time. You must bring enough elixirs and talismans. Renbi reminded with concern. Senior brother Ren, don't say more. Don't I know these? Bai Yaoie scolded with great dissatisfaction, and then flew out of Baining Pavilion. Renbi seemed not to hear the disgust in Bai Yaoie's tone, but chased after him with a curled mouth. However, as soon as he flew out, he saw Bai Yaoie, who was in a hurry to leave just now, standing in front of him, looking up at the sky. Is there anything in the sky? P.S. There will be another chapter later. Chapter 774, See Suppressing Bell. A few days ago, the Ice City built by Xianaji Palace is located in the northern part of Beaming Peninsula. Within a radius of 100,000 miles, it is covered by restrictions, which prevent low-level cultivators from flying away. Because the climate is extremely cold, strong winds and snowstorms are common, and low-level cultivators need to use magical powers in cultivation to protect themselves so as not to freeze to death here. Therefore, as long as there are low-level cultivators who can walk through this 100,000-mile cold land, they can be accepted by Xianaji Palace and become an outer palace disciple. For the demon army led by Bingfeng and King Bai Kanglang, this 100,000 mile diameter cold land is the first line of defense they have to break through. Due to the arrival of the demon army, the monks of Xianaji Palace have already activated the restrictions of the 100,000 mile cold land, making the severe cold and snowstorm even more severe. Those monsters from Wanyeo Valley saw the whistling cold wind and goose feather-sized snowflakes not far in front of them, and they couldn't help shivering before they broke in. But for the Ice Sea Demon clan, these winds and snowstorms not only failed to stop them, but made them more energetic and excited. Master Feng, there are foreign objects in this cold land that can disturb the mind. I'm afraid that the cultivators of Xianaji Palace will ambush in it. Should we send our men to clean it up first? Although the transformed demon cultivators led by King Bai Kanglang are twice as many as Bingfeng, and should be more powerful, he is willing to follow orders at this moment. First, Bingfeng is more experienced in attacking Xianaji Palace. Second, it is to give face to Luo Hong. After all, the other party is obviously teaming up with Bingfeng. Asking Bingfeng's opinion is equivalent to asking Luo Hong's opinion. This wolf demon is as steady as an old dog. We, the Ice Sea Monster Clan, are the masters of the north. The wind and snow will only help us, not hinder us. As for the source of the chaotic consciousness, it is a rare treasure called Mirage Stone. We have long found a way to restrain it. In addition, the Palace Master Liu of Xianaji Palace must have asked the Yuanying elders of the palace to stay in the Void Spirit Palace. The most who can ambush in the 100,000 mile cold land are some giant and guardians. Only the low level existence of our clan is enough to deal with it. So later, the monsters of Wanyeo Valley only need to follow behind our Ice Sea Monster Clan, and don't waste time searching. As expected, the person who knows you best is always your enemy. Bingfeng instantly guessed the arrangement of the Palace Master Liu. Then, with a wave of her jade hand, she made a large number of ice sea monsters rush into the wind and snow in front. Seeing that Luo Hong didn't say anything, the blue-backed grey wolf also howled and passed on the order. Suddenly, all the beasts on the ground ran together, and the frozen soil of Beaming Island, which had been frozen for tens of thousands of years, could not help but tremble. After all the monsters rushed into the 100,000 cold land, Bingfeng and other transformed monster cultivators also flew in. Since Lu Zhu and Yingming had entered the portable Jade Palace, Luo Hong was now alone. With his cultivation, he could ignore the forbidden air restrictions and cold air of the 100,000 cold land, but his consciousness was affected a little. Even though he later thought about it and smoothed out this influence, it still aroused some of his interest. It seems that the Mirage Stone is really worthy of its reputation, but according to my experience, the so-called strange treasures are mostly formed after the high-level spiritual treasures in ancient times descended. If there is a chance, I should look for it, and maybe there will be unexpected gains. The reason why the strange treasure is called a strange treasure is because the cultivators do not know its origin, but they think it has amazing magical powers. However, even if Luo Hong guessed it right, it might not be useful to him, so he just wanted to go with the flow, and did not change his plan because of it. After flying away slowly for about an hour, Luo Hong's consciousness caught several spiritual power fluctuations. It was obvious that the demon beast in front had fought with the giant and guardian of Xianaji Palace. Xianaji Palace has been passed down from ancient times to the present day and is very familiar with the Ice Sea Demon clan. It knows the weaknesses and strengths of various demon beasts. Therefore, although there were wins and losses in the initial contact, the Ice Sea Demon clan suffered a loss overall. However, the Ice Sea Demon clan has an absolute advantage in numbers. Even if 3 demon beasts are exchanged for a Xianaji Palace monk of the same level, it is considered a profit. As the demon beast army continues to advance, the situation develops just as Bingfeng said. All the Xianaji Palace monks who appeared are giant and cultivators. Regardless of the fate of the demon beasts that discovered them, the Xianaji Palace monks who finally appeared could not escape the fate of being eaten. Strange, is that Palace Master Liu planning to take this opportunity to eliminate dissidents? The cultivators ambushing in this cold land are all isolated and helpless. Even if they have extraordinary magical powers, how can they withstand the siege of the boys? Looking at the female cultivator of the Xianaji Palace being eaten by 3 cold spirits below, the blue-backed wolf shook his head in confusion. Bing Feng couldn't figure out Palace Master Liu's purpose at the moment. According to past experience, these giant guardians should be in groups in the cold land, using the cover of prohibitions to fight guerrilla warfare, and try their best to reduce the number of monsters. This situation of scattering giant guardians in the cold land has never happened before. Although she felt something was wrong, she had already come here, and Bing Feng couldn't stop. Anyway, there were many monsters below level 8 in the Ice Sea, so even if she was tricked and lost some, it wouldn't be a big deal. Of course, there was another reason why she was so arrogant, and that was the existence of Luo Hong. With this monster here, I will never lose. Bing Feng secretly glanced at Luo Hong, who was flying to the side, and then ordered in a cold voice, "Don't pay attention to it, keep marching." However, she didn't know that Luo Hong's calm face was secretly counting down. "We are here, it's almost here." Just after this thought came up, an astonishing spiritual pressure came out from the vaguely visible ice city in the distance, and the strange sound of bells swept across the entire cold land. Luo Hong was not affected at all at this time, but saw that the monsters in the army below were shaking like drunks. The monsters of level 6 and 7 could still barely stand, but the monsters below level 5 all fainted in the snow. And this bell sound seemed to be a signal from the monks of Xyanagy Palace. Immediately, all the disciples who were not discovered in the ambush came out and threw out various high-level talismans, as if they were free, and frantically slaughtered those monsters that could not use their demonic power to protect themselves. Although the transformed monsters quickly suppressed the effect of the bell, the monster army still suffered serious casualties within just 3 breaths. The death of tens of thousands of monsters caused nearly half of the monster army to be killed, and also made the originally biting wind and snow in the 100,000-mile cold land full of blood. Damn it, it's the Zhenhe bell. It turns out that this sacred object of our clan was taken away by the Ice Soul Fairy. Xyanagy Palace, I will definitely destroy it this time. Bing Feng did not feel much pain for the death of a large number of ice sea monsters. Instead, after learning that the Zhenhe bell was in the Xyanagy Palace, he immediately became furious and shouted in a disorderly manner. Although the face of the blue-backed wolf was stern at this moment, he did not lose his composure. It was because the Zhenhe bell had little effect on the monsters in their Wanyeo Valley, so the casualties were far less than those of the Ice Sea Monster clan, and were still within the acceptable range. What a targeted magic weapon. The sound of this bell can cause the cold attribute demon power to vibrate violently, and the Ice Sea demons below the transformation stage cannot resist it. If it weren't for the participation of the 10,000 Demons Valley and the death of Master Han Li, who provoked the old demon Han, the Ice Soul Fairy could have guaranteed the absolute advantage of the Little G Palace over the Ice Sea Demons with this backhand alone. Luo Hong sighed secretly. At this moment, the spirit beast bag on his waist moved. Brothers, today's 6,000 are completed, and the state is gradually returning. Try to restore the daily update of 8,000. Chapter 775, Double-Tailed Amethyst Scorpion. HMM. Why at this time? Luo Hong frowned suddenly, thinking in his heart. The spirit beast bag that was moving abnormally contained the flying purple striped scorpion that had just transformed into a cocoon. Since the 12 flying purple striped scorpions devoured the 9 nether spiders in the Huarxan sect, the power in their blood was completely stimulated. Even the outer demons could not control them. Instead, they all went crazy and devoured each other. In the end, only the Scorpion King was left alive and transformed into a cocoon and fell asleep. In this purple giant cocoon, Luo Hong did not sense the breath of any outer demons at that time. Obviously, they were not able to defeat the blood power of the flying purple striped scorpion and turned into nutrients for the evolution of the Scorpion King. After Luo Hong left the blood ban again, he kept it alone in a spirit beast bag. He originally thought that there would be no movement for at least 40 or 50 years, but unexpectedly, after only 10 years, the giant cocoon began to move abnormally. Although he was full of doubts, since there was a movement, he must not ignore it. With a thought, Luo Hong summoned the purple giant cocoon from the spirit beast bag. The cocoon was about 70 to 80 feet long, oval in shape, dark purple, and emitting a lot of poisonous gas. Some of the nearby transformed demon cultivators who were sensitive to smells couldn't help but twitch their noses twice, and then they all moved away with a change of expression. "You guys should retreat for now." Bing Feng also noticed the terrible poisonous gas emitted by the giant cocoon. If a large amount of it was inhaled, even a transformed demon cultivator would die on the spot. Luo, this cocoon is very dangerous. It's probably not appropriate to take it out now, the blue-backed wolf said with dissatisfaction in his tone. As a level 10 wolf demon, he had an extremely sensitive sense of smell. The fishy and sweet smell at that moment almost made him suffer. Luo also knows that this is not appropriate, but for some reason, the spirit beast in the cocoon suddenly showed signs of breaking out of the cocoon. Luo can only take it out to check it out. Luo Hong said sorry, but there was no guilt in his tone. His eyes were fixed on the purple giant cocoon. Soon, the giant cocoon and the abnormal movement underwent new changes. What's going on? Why is the smell of blood suddenly getting stronger? But another cultivator from Xyanogy Palace is attacking? It's not Xyanogy Palace, it's the purple cocoon that's devouring the blood. The transformed demon cultivators in the air noticed the change immediately and looked at the purple cocoon in front of Luo Hong. They saw that the blood in the battlefield seemed to be attracted and rushed to the purple cocoon faster and faster. When this huge blood came into contact with the cocoon, it disappeared into the cocoon wall, as if it were nothing. Then, a kai sound of eating came from the cocoon. So that's it. Did you wake up from your deep sleep because of the stimulation of a large amount of blood? Since you want to drink it so much, I'll help you. Luo Hong changed his mind and stopped holding up the purple cocoon, letting it fall to the ground. Then, he silently used the power of heaven and earth to draw more blood to the vicinity of the purple cocoon, letting it devour as much as it wanted. Luo Hong's actions undoubtedly caused dissatisfaction among the two major demon clan forces. If Bing Feng had not been arrogant and looked down on low-level demon beasts, and Luo Hong had the 10,000 demon order in his hand, I'm afraid that this attack on Xyanogy Palace would have turned into Luo Hong's crusade. The leaders of the two major demon clan forces, one of them didn't care, and the other thought they couldn't afford to provoke. So they didn't say much at this time, but just urged the remaining demon beast army to continue moving forward. Since their boss didn't lead, the immortal demon cultivators could only dare to be angry but not speak, and immediately flew forward so that they would not be bothered by it. So in just a few breaths, there was no more demon around Luo Hong. The purple cocoon devoured blood and ki very quickly. Even with Luo Hong's Kyankan power to help feed it, it did not reach its limit of devouring speed. In just a moment, the blood and essence of tens of thousands of demon beasts were devoured, and the aura of the purple cocoon became extremely turbid while it surged. Just when Luo Hong thought it was going to fall into a deep sleep again, suddenly a dull heartbeat sounded like a heavy drum throughout the field. As soon as one heartbeat fell, another one sounded immediately. As the heartbeat sound became more and more intense, many cracks appeared on the surface of the purple giant cocoon. The thing that was nurtured in the cocoon was obviously ready to see the light of day again. According to the records of the list of strange insects in the world, the flying purple striped scorpion ranks 14th, next to the gold-eating insect ranked 12. After this devouring evolution, I don't know what kind of magical power it will produce. Luo Hong stared at the purple giant cocoon with his eyes and said to himself curiously. Not long after, a shiny dark purple leg suddenly pierced the giant cocoon, and then a dense puff sound came, and the spirit insect in the cocoon used its legs to poke dozens of holes in the giant cocoon. After a moment of silence, a muffled dong sound came from the cocoon, followed by the sound of the giant cocoon splitting and tearing. The next moment, a giant scorpion that seemed to be made of amethyst raised its claws high and emerged from the cocoon. After that, the amethyst giant scorpion was not in a hurry to break out of the cocoon and repeatedly waved its claws to tear the cocoon into pieces and eat it. As the cocoon became smaller and smaller, the body of the amethyst giant scorpion grew like the wind. In just 10 breaths, it turned into a giant insect with a body length of more than 20 feet. At this time, Luo Hong saw the full appearance of the evolved flying purple striped scorpion. Although the overall body of the insect was still similar to that of a poisonous scorpion, it had 2 tails, a crystal clear carapace, and 8 legs. From the bottom, the color changed from purple to black. The pair of thin wings on the back disappeared, and instead, 6 green stripes were replaced, emitting extremely rich wind spiritual power. Two-tailed amethyst scorpion. Isn't this the 7th existence on the list of strange insects? It actually evolved from the flying purple striped scorpion. Luo Hong's pupils shrank, and his eyes showed a little nervousness. You know, according to the general description on the list of strange insects, this two-tailed amethyst scorpion is more than 10 times more powerful than the flying purple striped scorpion. It is hard to guarantee whether the blood ban he left can still control this vicious insect. Worried about this, Luo Hong grabbed the spirit beast bag on his waist and shouted at the two-tailed amethyst scorpion, "Go in." If the ban was normal, the two-tailed amethyst scorpion should have executed such a simple order immediately, but the worst situation expected still happened. The two-tailed amethyst scorpion was seen moving its 8 legs restlessly. Not only did it not follow Luo Hong's order to escape into the spirit beast bag, but it slowly retreated, trying to stay away from Luo Hong. Fortunately, the blood ban that Luo Hong left on this scorpion was not completely useless. They had a close connection in the Yuanshan. Luo Hong could clearly sense the emotions of the two-tailed amethyst scorpion at this time, but this could not help him calm the two-tailed amethyst scorpion, because the emotions transmitted from the Yuanshan were completely a storm composed of various roars. If you listen carefully, you can find that these roars all come from the monsters killed by the monks of Xyanaji Palace. Obviously, while absorbing the blood and ki of the monsters that died in the battle, the two-tailed purple crystal scorpion also devoured part of the monster's power and spirit, which made its newborn soul so violent and chaotic. Not good. This guy absorbed too much blood and ki from the monsters, and now it is being backfired because of over-replenishment. Everything follows the principle of excess. Although the blood and essence of tens of thousands of monsters allowed the two-tailed purple crystal scorpion to be born early, it also caused it to fall into a state of violent out of control. Before Luo Hong tried more control methods, the two-tailed purple crystal scorpion suddenly turned into a purple light and rushed straight to the army of monsters in front. Bing Feng and other monsters immediately sensed an extremely violent breath coming from behind. The terrifying spiritual pressure emitted by the opponent made Bing Feng herself a little scared. How could this monster's spirit insect be so perverted? And it just lost control at this time. It would be fatal. After cursing inwardly, Bing Feng immediately shouted to the transformed demon cultivators around him, "Stop it." The poisonous gas emitted from the purple giant cocoon was so strong that the spiritual insects born from it must also be extremely poisonous. If they were rushed into the army of demon beasts by it, they would basically be able to go home. The green-backed wolf on the side had the same idea, so the next moment, the transformed demon cultivators of the 2 major demon clan forces turned around together and prepared to work together to stop the out-of-control double-tailed purple crystal scorpion. Facing the net of heaven and earth constructed by dozens of transformed demon cultivators, the escape light transformed by the double-tailed purple crystal scorpion did not stop for a moment. Just when they were about to meet, a strange and dull roar swept out. Suddenly, the people and demons within 1,000 miles felt that the magic power in their bodies stagnated and could not be mobilized freely. The faces of the transformed demon cultivators flying in the air changed immediately, and they fell at the same time like dumplings. The 10th level Bing Feng and King Bai Kanglang could not ignore the impact of the roar, and the 2 monsters suddenly showed a look of fear on their faces. After all, they were extremely weak at this time, and if the two-tailed purple crystal scorpion wanted to take their lives, it would undoubtedly succeed easily. Fortunately, they soon saw a scene that made them feel relieved. The purple escape light did not stop slaughtering the monsters, but disappeared in the sky in an instant, rushing straight to the distant ice city. Luo Hong's figure suddenly appeared beside Bing Feng, stretched out his hand to grab the other's wrist, and passed a stream of pure magic power. Fellow Daoist Luo, what kind of monster is that? Bing Feng immediately felt much better, and asked with fear on her face, regardless of her white wrist being held. It's just a spirit insect. Luo will deal with it. Although the aura of the newly born two-tailed purple crystal scorpion has reached the early stage of transformation, Luo Hong still said calmly, because of the hatred of being killed, you are ready to take revenge on Xyanaji Palace? This won't do. If you do this job, How can I go to Chaos Star C? Luo Hong's eyes flashed fiercely, and his figure teleported hundreds of feet away, then disappeared in an instant, and teleported again to catch up. Although the two-tailed purple crystal scorpion in front did not have the magical power of space teleportation, the 6 wind spirit patterns on its back made its escape speed reach an extremely exaggerated level, and it only took a moment to pass a distance of thousands of miles. The two-tailed purple crystal scorpion, which was more than 20 feet long, was discovered by the cultivators of Zyology Palace the moment it appeared outside the ice city. With a violent roar, its ferocious appearance and terrifying spiritual pressure were deeply imprinted in the hearts of the cultivators of Zyology Palace on the city wall. Although they were not suppressed by the spiritual pressure and unable to move on the spot because of the barrier of the protective formation, their hands and feet were still cold, and their resistance was greatly reduced. Fortunately, a circle of ice rings swept over immediately, making the cultivators of Zyology Palace feel cold all over, and they were forced to calm down. All disciples, listen to the order. Immediately activate the backup spirit stones. The voice of an old man was immediately heard by the cultivators of Zyology Palace. At this moment, in the tallest attic in Ice City, near the center of the protective formation, an old man with white hair and a youthful face was controlling the formation with a serious face. Beside him, there was an old man in blue and a one-eyed old woman sitting cross-legged. Brother Lu, we have used up the spare spirit stones so early. I'm afraid we can't complete the delayed task assigned by the palace master. The old man in blue said in a hoarse voice. What can we do? It's not like you didn't sense the breath of that beast. If we don't deal with it with all our strength, let alone delay, we won't be able to take even one attack from the other party. It's coming. Hurry up and increase the output of mana. The old man surnamed Lu glared and twisted the formation plate in his hand violently. The only thought of the violent two-tailed purple crystal scorpion now was to kill all the monks wearing the white palace uniforms. A large formation was not a reason for it to stop. However, just as it was about to swing its pincers to attack the white light shield in front of it, the light shield suddenly lit up and condensed into huge ice cones several feet long, shooting at it from all directions. Go to hell, monster! The monks of Zyology Palace on the city wall, regardless of gender, roared with bloodshot eyes. It was as if they wanted to vent the fear they had just suffered in one breath. Although these crystal blue ice cones were huge, their speed was not slow at all. The moment they flew out, they exploded a circle of sound waves. At this time, the two-tailed purple crystal scorpion, which was floating in the air stupidly, was like a target. Soon, the sound of banging continued to be heard. All the ice cones exploded into ice chips when they hit the two-tailed purple crystal scorpion, but not even a trace was left on the clear purple crystal armor. How is it possible? The divine ice thorn can penetrate even the 10,000-year black ice, so why can't it break the shell of this monster insect? No, the formation can't stop this monster insect. Brother, let's retreat quickly. Only the palace master and his men can deal with this monster insect. I don't want to die in vain. The fact that they failed to penetrate the enemy's armor made the monks of the Zyology Palace on the wall feel collapsed. Wait, junior sister, Elder Lu has sacrificed the Zuanming mirror. In the darkness new hope seemed to appear. Although the divine ice thorn could not hurt the two-tailed purple crystal scorpion, new ice cones were still shot out from the light shield, which was obviously to delay the two-tailed purple crystal scorpion. And this delay was for a white treasure mirror that seemed to be made of black jade that rose to the air at this moment. As soon as the mirror stopped, countless fist-sized white light balls appeared around it, and the white light shield dimmed visibly. The next moment, all the white light balls rushed into the Zuanming mirror. After a slight pause, a white flame-shaped column about 10 feet thick shot out from the mirror. There was no doubt that its target was the two-tailed purple crystal scorpion wrapped in ice mist. The brutal insect seemed unaware of the horror of the white flame column and continued to smash the flying ice cones tirelessly. When the last ice cone exploded, the white flame column was already in front of it and mercilessly swallowed its head. P.S. There is another chapter in the evening. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.